Okay, welcome everyone to the meeting of the Delta Independent Science Board. We'll move right into our first agenda item, which is the introduction of the board members and declarations of any conflict of interest. We have 9 members here and 1 on the phone, and we'll start with Joy. Joy, are you here?
No.
Okay, and then move to John.
John Wayne's, good breakfast. Nothing new.
Dick Norgard, no changes.
Tom Holzer, no changes.
Joe Fernando, no changes.
Jay Lund, no additions.
Steve Brandt, no additions.
Hi, everyone. Liz Canuel. I just wanted to mention that I've started participating in Phase 2 of the Delta Primary Production Project. Some of you may recall that several years ago I was part of a working group that did some calculations about primary production in the historical and modern Delta. And so we've taken that project to the next level and have initiated some teleconferences and meetings associated with that effort.
Tracy Collier, no changes.
Vince Resch, no changes.
Okay, thanks everyone. We'll move to item 2, which is the chair's report. And I think everyone knows that we've, first item is that we've submitted our final review of the updated Delta Science Plan that was submitted on December 31st. There should be copies available in the room. The second item is on the IEP workshop, which will be held from March 5th through 7th in Folsom. And the staff will send us registration information when available. I don't think there's any plans this year for any members of the IEB to make a presentation. Is that true? Anyone is planning to present? Edmund?
That was true based on my last conversation with Steve Culberson, the IEP lead scientist.
Okay. Also, the California Water and Environmental Modeling Forum is going to be held, I think, in April. And that's might be, I'm sure Jay might attend, but
Often
goes, and it's an opportunity to maybe get some further information on the water reliability estimation review. I don't think there's been a date set, or I haven't seen the dates, and registration stuff is still forthcoming. Okay. The next item I have is that Dick has accepted an invitation to present on the Delta S Place at the inaugural meeting of the Social Science Task Force. Okay, and that's on January 29th, and then after, and I guess in February, you can tell us how it went.
How it went? It's January 29.
I mean, in February, you can give us a progress report on
Yes,
what
okay.
happened. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Dick, one of the things that we were hoping when we met with the consultant about the monitoring enterprise review is that you could brief them about that we're doing this review, and that sociology is a large part of that.
Okay.
So if you could, and I can give you more information as it gets closer.
That would be good.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Are you going to tell us more about that too, John, the task force meeting? Okay. The current and past chairs have been asked to provide the council with some help on the 5-year Delta Plan review, and that's the dates and timing and format of all of that still being worked out, I guess. We normally give an annual board update to the council. We give many updates to the council, but we often give just a sort of a formal, here's what we've been up to on an annual basis, and that will likely occur at the April meeting. We've made a request, but it's still tentatively scheduled for April. The most important item on my agenda is that my term expires on June 11th as the chair, and Liz will take over at our June 13th meeting. We'll need to elect a new chair-elect. we have the first quarter, and my guess is we'd probably be in a position to make that formal election probably in the March face-to-face meeting. So any board members who are eligible, meaning they'll be around for 2 years after Liz's term is over, feel free to come up and put your name forward. And,
Or re-enlist.
or re-enlist, Jay. So we'll deal with that, I think, in at our March meeting. So, all right, today's agenda is just for this morning. We'll have a council presentation, a report from the Delta lead scientist. We will have at 9:30 or so, we're scheduled to have an open discussion on interagency Delta science and looking at some how science might be done in order to deal with rapid environmental change, and that'll be an open, and looking forward to that discussion. Be led by Dick. We then will go through and have a reflection from Jay on the water supply reliability workshop that was held yesterday, and then updates from the various reviews. This afternoon will be there's a special afternoon workshop led by Liz on steps towards implementing recommendations from the Delta ISB water quality. So I encourage folks to attend that too. If you have any public comments, make sure to fill out the blue form, and we'll go from there. So that we're moving to item 3, and that's the council's report by Jessica Law.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here. So there's just a few things that I wanted to update you on. The Delta Plan Ecosystem Amendment. I can talk a little bit about the status of the 5-year review of the Delta Plan, if you'd like. And then I believe Amanda's going to join us to talk about the Science Funding Initiative. I can talk a little bit about updates on appeals for the Delta Plan Certification of Consistency. There are 2 that might be of interest to you, and then talk a little bit about 2019 priorities and some things that we have to look forward to. So please let me know if there's anything else that you'd like me to cover. So first on the Delta Plan Ecosystem Amendment, just an update on that. So we presented to the council in November. We've presented, I think, about 3 times now, just talking about sort of moving past the synthesis papers and really starting to get into the policy approach that staff is proposing to take on the amendment. So we spoke in September and October, August and September, and then November, and presented sort of 2 parts of a policy approach. One part of the policy approach is looking at more of the physical aspects of restoration and how restoration priorities can be set. So we proposed a tiering system that helps to identify categories of restoration and really helps to create some definition for what types of restoration are being done within the Delta. So there's council materials that are available for that. If you don't have access to them, I'm more than happy to send you links. That was the first part of the discussion. The second part of the discussion was much more about implementation aspects of restoration. If you remember, the Delta Plan originally incorporated BDCP by reference, and with BDCP was a governance structure, a permitting structure, and targets for restoration. So absent BDCP, what we are proposing provides some structure, obviously not that same level of detail that you would have with an HCP or an NCCP, but proposes some recommendations for governance on how to support restoration and implementation. We talked a little bit about permitting and the need to move past permitting barriers to get projects in the ground more effectively and efficiently. And then had a really good presentation from Steve Chappelle, who works in the Sassoon Marsh and helps manage that plan. And I think he provided some really helpful context for the council members about what implementation looks like on the ground and what it takes to, in terms of partnerships and funding and just the complexity of really managing restoration projects at that scale. So hopefully it was a valuable discussion. We are planning on coming back this spring to the council with a draft of Chapter 4, a full draft that will include narrative background, incorporating work from the synthesis papers, work that we've proposed so far and that the council has seen in draft materials, and that will also include a complete set of policies, draft policies and recommendations. So look for that. That will be a public review draft. We'll spend, the schedule right now is to bring it to the council probably in April. Maybe earlier, maybe later. We're adaptively managing the schedule. But to have a public review draft, give the council an opportunity to discuss the concepts that are in there, talk about some approaches that might differ from a staff recommendation, and then get feedback from the public and our stakeholders. We've been doing an extensive amount of outreach with state agencies, NGOs, and really trying to get to our stakeholder community. So we'll have a public review draft available, we'll be doing a public workshop, and then we'll come back to the council either a month or two later to get additional feedback. So the schedule is definitely stretching out a bit. That's the proposed schedule right now, but we're looking forward to the discussion this spring with the council.
Do you see any role of the board for that?
Yes, so when we do have a public review draft, we'd like to, we would like to come and present it to you, and of course, would welcome your comments and input and feedback and recommendations on the draft chapter.
On individuals, or or you're thinking about something more formal? I'm not offering.
Yeah.
I just want to know what your wishes are.
Think, so you did formally review the synthesis papers, and that was incredibly helpful. I think it's up for discussion, and maybe we wait until we have a draft and go from there. Okay. So that's the ecosystem amendment. The Delta Plan 5-year review, so the Delta Reform Act requires that the Delta Stewardship Council review the Delta Plan every 5 years and update as necessary. So we kicked that process off in 2018. We have a consultant team that's on board that's helping us with that review. Right now, as you mentioned, we are doing a series of stakeholder interviews. So we've been reaching out to a really broad stakeholder community that has worked with the Delta Stewardship Council from the beginning, and folks that are continuing to work with us. We're trying to reach a really broad cross-section of our stakeholder community and those that follow the work of the Delta Stewardship Council. So those stakeholder interviews are being done now. The complete assessment will be compiled and then reported back to the council. That'll be sort of the next stage in the 5-year review. And then later this spring and summer, staff will be providing a draft recommendations report for the council to consider, and with finalizing that later in the fall. So there's going to be some pretty active discussions at the council about overall sort of implementation of the plan and what updates might look like moving forward. So that ties in pretty closely with an overview of our 2019 priorities. So in January, we'll be presenting a snapshot of our accomplishments from last year, which were many, and then talking about upcoming priorities. So we'll be talking about that at the January meeting. There's a staff report that will be coming out probably next week or the week after that includes an accomplishments report, and then 2019 work plan priorities. Many of the activities that we initiated last year will be continuing this year. We had an extremely busy year last year. We certainly accomplished a lot, but the short list, I think, for the science program is completing the 5-year review of the Delta Science Plan. Obviously, the competitive solicitation that we've been doing with CDFW and the Bureau is a huge priority. That will, the issuing of funding for those grants will go out this year. And then there's also a lot that's been happening with adaptive management. So there's the Adaptive Management Forum in February. There's the completion of the white paper from the IMIT, the Interagency Adaptive Management Integration Team. And then there's some other adaptive management work that's on the horizon for 2019. So those are sort of the top 3 priorities from the science program perspective. The Planning Division has priorities around completion of the 5-year review of the Delta Plan, the climate vulnerability assessment, completing some rulemaking on amendments that we made last year, and then, of course, the ecosystem amendment. So all of that information will be in the staff report when it comes out for the January meeting. There's our 2, obviously last year we completed, or there were hearings on California water fix, and all of that information is available online. That process is currently closed right now. It was completed in 2008. and all of the ex parte communication restrictions on that project have been lifted. There's currently ongoing appeal to a project called Smith Canal. It's a project from the SJAFCA, San Joaquin Flood Control Agency. Information on that project is on our website, and that project will have a public hearing at the January council meeting. There is an ex parte communications restriction in place for that project. So if you have any questions, I would refer you to our website, and if there's any more detailed questions, let me know. And then some happy news about 2019. I'm really excited to announce that we have a new science program director. We had an extensive search, a really competitive pool of candidates, and I'm very happy to announce that Dr. Louise Conrad will be joining us as the Delta Science Program Director. So she will be starting February 1st. I'm absolutely thrilled, and I am sure that I know that she's looking forward to working with you very closely and working with the rest of the science community. So you will see her pretty soon, probably at the February meeting. Yep. And then in other news also, we have hired a new program manager within the agency. So many of you know Darcy Austin, who helps support the Independent Science Board. She has moved on. And so we have hired Karen Kafitz from our staff to help support the Adaptive Management Unit and the Independent Science Board. So you will be seeing Karen more and more. She's currently on an amazing vacation and will come back later in January, and then so you'll be seeing her also in February. So I'm pretty thrilled to move into 2019 with almost a full house. We've done a lot of hiring at the council over the past year, and we've got a really great team in place. Yep.
How do you spell her last name?
Kayfetz.
Thanks.
And that's it for my announcements.
Amanda?
Well, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to update you on a couple of DPIIC's kind of top priorities at the moment. First and foremost is the Delta Science Funding Initiative White Paper, and thank you to Jay for submitting additional comments, and I'm looking forward to the discussion here in a little bit, kind of regarding kind of the larger role that DPIIC can play in kind of talking about some of these bigger issues. Just wanted to update you on kind of the timeline for the Science Funding Initiative White Paper. We are currently finalizing edits to take to the work group one last time here at the end of January, and then we'll be presenting the white paper to the council in February just to kind of get their kind of soft blessing before, and just see if they have any initial comments in response to what the work group has pulled together. At that point, we will take it to the April DPIIC meeting, and we're building in a good amount of time at that meeting so that we can have a good, broad discussion amongst the DPIIC agencies about how to move forward with the white paper and about the recommendations and get their comments and thoughts on that. At that point, assuming we kind of keep moving in that direction, the plan is to then develop to create either a new work group to focus on implementation or to kind of augment and look at the existing work groups so we can start figuring out how we're going to implement the recommendations that are put forth in the white paper. And so we'll probably spend the remainder of the spring and the summer developing that with the plan of taking an implementation plan to DPIIC in the fall so that we can then really kick off implementation and get moving on that. So that'll be a major focus for the rest of this year for DPIIC and for our member agencies. And I also wanted to update you on Nutria. I think I mentioned last month that DPIIC has created a kind of a higher level interagency work group to kind of augment the work that a number of agencies are already doing around Nutria eradication efforts. And the hope with this work group is to excuse me, kind of elevate the issue and to identify where the gaps are and where other DPIIC agencies can step in and help CDFW, who is the lead agency in this effort. We are having our first work group meeting this afternoon at 11 o'clock, or this morning, I guess, at 11 a.m., and we have good representation from MGOs and other agencies there at the table to really look at that. And we've spent the last few weeks really trying to wrap our arms around what the current response effort is so that we really kind of understand where we are right now, and then also looking at the current resources and identifying where there are gaps, whether it be funding, staff, and other resources. So we've pulled together a nice two-pager that kind of pulls all that information together, which I'm happy to share with you if anyone is interested. So we'll be going over that later this morning, and then again looking at really seriously how can other agencies step in and help CDFW move eradication efforts forward. And I think that was it. So unless there are any questions.
Any questions from anyone? To either Jessica or Amanda? I have a question for Amanda. We're undergoing, one of our reviews now is to review non-native species. And of course, as part of that, we would be discussing, interagency collaboration and things like that. And I'm wondering, in terms of your Nutria group, it seems like that's the first kind of an effort of this nature, other than perhaps the California Invasive Species Council per se. And who's taking the lead on that? Is that worth having someone give us a presentation in detail at a panel meeting or something?
Yeah, so when Nutria was first identified, I believe CDFW pulled together kind of a staff-level interagency team, and Martha Volkov, who I know you've all heard from somewhat recently, has really taken the lead in that. So I think she would actually probably be a fantastic resource to talk about what interagency efforts have been happening for the past year or so. And then certainly, depending on, seeing how our effort comes together, Martha is integrally involved in the effort that DPIIC has pulled together to assist the existing effort. But I would really look to that current existing kind of staff-level interagency committee as a good model, because they have pulled in multiple agencies. They pulled in the Farm Bureau, resource conservation districts, counties. They've really kind of tried to identify kind of all the different places where, and people and entities that should be engaged in this on the ground together. So it really is a truly kind of a collaborative interagency entity that's working there. So that would probably be a great resource.
Okay, thanks. And I have another question on the funding initiative. You said that there's a work group doing that. Was this a work group solicited by DPIIC to put this together, or?
No, it actually
random
kind of
work
even
group?
happened outside of DPIIC. So this was Randy's brainchild, and really it kind of though builds on work and recommendations that are in the Delta Plan and Chapter 8 of the Delta Plan, and really the impetus for it came from a workshop or a panel that Randy and Jason Peltier, who I think is back here, and Leo Winternitz and a couple of others were on at the 2017 State of the Estuary Conference. And following that discussion, Randy's like, we really need to spend some time really focusing on this and talking about it. And so Randy pulled together representatives from water agencies, from public agencies, and other stakeholders together, and we've been meeting pretty regularly for the past year or so. Did you want to add?
There was a panel discussion at State of the Estuary talking about implementation of recommendations from the Science Enterprise Workshop from 2016,
Right.
and there's a really good, robust discussion, and that was one of the takeaways, to really look at science funding and what some options were. So,
And actually, I think Randy's initial thought was just to kind of pull together, try and collect all the data we could about science funding, and then through that process, we realized how hard that was to do, and that it deserved a much bigger discussion with more people at the table. And it went beyond just identifying and finding the funding sources and finding, and doing the math. It really was a larger discussion was needed.
Great, thanks a lot. Any other questions?
This is Joy.
Joy, go ahead.
Jessica? Yes, I'd like to offer that if you want any feedback on restoration text for your ecosystem amendment before your public review, I'd be happy to comment.
thank you.
Okay, thanks. We'll move on to item 4, lead scientist report. John?
Great. Thank you, Steve. So first, I'll talk about the Social Science Task Force that's already been mentioned and that Dick will be presenting at. That's January 29th here in Sacramento, actually right here in this room. And Dick will present along with Mark Lubell. There will also be a number of agency staff. So the Social Science Task Force, I'll just read off the members of the Social Science Task Force so you know who some of them are. And some of them were recommendations, actually, that you made towards that group. So Jim Sankirko from UC Davis is the chair. Rob Johnson from Clark University, an environmental economist, is a member. Shirley Laska from UNO, University of New Orleans, who's a social scientist who works specifically on hazard issues. Kelly Beidenwig from Oregon State University, who many of you saw presented in the plenary at the last Bay Delta Science Conference, and who's done a lot of work in the Pacific Northwest. Josue Medellin Ajuara, who many of you know and who was here yesterday and presented from UC Merced. Holly DeRemus, who's a legal expert from UC Berkeley, and Chris Weibel, who does public policy from the University of Colorado. So that's the group. Their charge is to identify a strategy for how to improve and integrate social science research into the Delta. So their first meeting is a public meeting to get input from staff, agency staff, and about what the current issues are that people are working on in the Delta that are related to social science, so they can think about what some of those needs and issues are that could be some priorities that would be addressed around social science. So that, again, is the 29th, and we'll give you an update on the meeting. Dick can give an update from his perspective, and I'm sure I can give you an update as well. Another effort that's both that effort and the Adaptive Management Forum have been two efforts that have been in the works for a long time. Were put on hold last year with all the work that we had for WaterFix in the fall. But the Adaptive Management Forum is a two-day event, a two-day workshop taking place February 5th and 6th in UC Davis. And it will be an opportunity to talk about the challenges of adaptive management, what adaptive management is and how we implement it. So it's really for practitioners here in the Delta. What some case studies are, both more broad, outside the Delta as well as within the Delta. Ron Tom, who I think probably some of you know from up in Washington, and who's worked a lot on the Columbia River, will be one of the guest speakers talking about case studies on the Columbia. Kurt Kowalski from the Great Lakes will also be here as long as the federal shutdown is over by February 5th. And he'll be talking about those issues in the Great Lakes. So I think I'll send out an agenda for both of those. The agendas are just about either complete today or early next week. So I'll send those out so you can see what both of those meetings will be about. Any questions on either of those? And then Jessica mentioned the solicitation, so I just wanted to update you that the review of proposals is moving forward. There were 62 proposals presented, or that were submitted. They're out for technical review now. A panel will get together in February to synthesize all of those reviews and make some recommendations for funding, so that we can make final decisions on funding in March, and those recommendations will go to the council in April for their approval. So I think we're on track. We have, as I've mentioned before, I think we have some really good proposals, and we're on track. We have about $12 million, about $5 million that will be awarded through the Stewardship Council, and $7 million that will be awarded through CDFW. Our $5 million includes some funding from the Bureau of Reclamation as well. So that's moving forward. Also, the modeling review, that is also moving forward. Sujoy Roy, who was here yesterday at Tetra Tech, is leading that, and I was talking with him yesterday. He was very interested to learn about the monitoring enterprise review, and I think I'll work with him and with ESSA's staff to make sure they're connected and know about the work that they're doing together, so that we can coordinate and make sure there's some synergy between those two efforts. Another thing I wanted to mention to you is this recent report that came out from the National Academy of Sciences of Environmental Engineering for the 21st Century, Assessing Grand Challenges. And this is of special interest here in the council, because the council was one of the supporters of it. So the National Academy, I don't know who's calling in and wants to hear all about the environmental engineering, but they gave up. Okay, so the environmental engineering report, it was an effort, along with other efforts that the Academy has been doing, to identify larger issues, grand challenges, and so this was specifically within environmental engineering, and the council supported it. because Peter Goodwin really pushed when he was the lead scientist for the council to engage on this, considering the issues around climate change and sea level rise and others that would be clearly one of the grand challenges and of interest for us. So I'll send around a link to this. It's available for free as a download. So their key areas that they identified as the 5 major challenges for the 21st century were broad, but I'll identify them for you. They were to sustainably supply food, water, and energy, to curb climate change and adapt to its impacts, to design a future without pollution and waste, to create efficient, healthy, resilient cities, and to foster informed decisions and actions. One of their overarching recommendations beyond those 5 areas was also to really look at the curriculum for environmental engineering, and they really emphasized the need to think more broadly about the curriculum for engineering and incorporate social science issues and a broader range of sciences so that the environmental engineers will be equipped to look at some of those grand challenges. And then the last item I wanted to mention is an effort outside the science program, but something that relates to the science plan update that you all recently provided input on, and that's the development of a science plan for Delta Smelt that CAMPT has been supporting over the last year, and Denise Reed has been developing that. The idea is taking the issues out of the resiliency plan for the Delta Smelt and specifically focusing on flow issues and how both flow actions and ambient conditions and natural variability in flows, how we can learn from those to improve the management of Delta Smelt. And so the science plan that she's been developing includes both process issues about how to coordinate and how to put together, given the challenge of managing an annual species, putting together an effort that can be nimble enough to address those issues, and then also some of the immediate challenges. So the science plan is going through internal review within CAMPT right now and probably will be completed within the next month or so. So as soon as it's available, I'll send that around to you so you can see. I feel like that's one of the things that you identified and that others have identified as the need for more, beyond the collaborative approach of the current science plan, the need to really identify issues and current topics that really need addressing and management issues. So I think this moves forward for Smelt in that area. And there's also interest within CAMPT to do something similar around salmon over the coming year. So I think we'll be involved in trying to coordinate those various sort of topic-based science plan efforts. And that's all I have, unless there's some questions.
Thanks, John. Any questions from anyone? Okay, I guess we'll move on to the next item, which is item 5 on the state of interagency Delta Science. If you recall, during our review of the revised Delta Science Plan, we approved the content of our review, but at the same time, there was also as part of that, the Tracy and Dick and I guess I were charged with sort of putting together a more robust description in the introduction and the end in terms of what we think might be a larger scale overall guidance dealing with looking at a much longer time frame in terms of and a more comprehensive sort of a science plan and think along those that nature. Well, that triggered a discussion that we might take that kind of a recommendation, evolve it into a specific letter or memo to DPIIC, and that was one of the items was to charge a work group to put that together and bring it back for consideration at this meeting. That also led to further discussion of a much broader nature of how we might be, what are some of the key things we need to think about in terms of science and dealing with environmental change. And so Dick has offered to lead a discussion to have the full board discuss sort of that really broader topic and where science needs to go, and that can kind of maybe help us guide our letter to DPIIC. So I'm going to turn it over to Dick and...
Okay, and I'm going to put the PowerPoint up. So I don't know that offered was quite the right term. I think this is the price I pay for creating trouble around this. But presuming nobody can read what's on the screen from the distance you're probably sitting, with rapid environmental change and surprises, conditions are basically speeding up. And we had a conversation among a subgroup as to what that really means for how you do science. And that didn't change. Okay, now I changed it twice. Okay, and I'm going to work around a theme of a recent best-selling book called *Sapiens*, where the author argues that humans have succeeded because we have opposable thumbs, we're smart, but so are whales. But we're really successful because we can come together under a shared narrative and agree how to work together, that we have some presumed plan that makes sense, that helps explain reality and helps us decide what to do with it. And rapid change threatens that ability of people to come together around a plan, and I've had experience myself, but I'm going to stick with this theme. Okay, now I got it. And no, I went too far again, so okay, so in the current Delta narrative, and this is the Delta narrative under which policy is discussed and which the science that supports the policy is undertaken, it can be reduced to a syllogism, and that's environmental decline limits and/or increases the uncertainty of water diversions from the Delta. Decline, uncertainty, can be slowed, perhaps even reversed, through more and better science-based Delta ecological restoration projects and water management. Therefore, Delta water diversions could be made more reliable, restored, or perhaps even increased through ecological restoration and better water management. And this is the narrative we kind of work under. It's a simplified narrative. There's a lot of variations around this narrative, and different parties that speak to the narrative might word it a little bit different, might see it a little differently, see different gains from cooperating with this narrative, but it's still the dominant narrative and has been for about 30 years, if not more. So a lot of my work has been with climate change, serving on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and I'd like to go back to a series of projections for fossil fuel emissions that were made about 20 years ago. And there were various scenarios developed, and then there were some kind of extremes scenarios that were just left as dotted lines. And then this big gray area in between is an area in which the IPCC felt that these are plausible scenarios. And this is just a means of sort of coming together around a more common story. The only problem was that over the next 20 years, our emissions were actually above that blue line, well above the plausible that the climate scientists had agreed on in the third and fourth assessment. So in the fifth assessment, we had to take up more extremes. And the reason is that there's just a lot more proved to be happening than we knew back 20 years prior. Polar ice is more rapidly depleting. The ocean has absorbed heat and thus warmed more than expected, which is why the planet hasn't warmed quite as much as expected. And this is good and bad, and it may or may not continue, but it's just stuff that we have only come to understand in the last few years. And then we were way off on the biosphere feedbacks. In 2000, we really didn't know the extent that forest fires would start putting carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. We weren't aware of the rapidity of which the Arctic tundra would start decaying and releasing CO2 and methane. And here's the reasons why the fifth assessment had to go to a more uncertainty-related approach. Instead of trying to agree on, some reasonable bounds of expected outcomes, we really got to look at all the different outcomes and go into a world of uncertainty. And so in the fifth assessment, a lot of the work, especially in the second volume on ecosystem feedbacks, was if this, then that. How big would the ecosystem feedbacks be under the different emission scenarios and other factors? And it took much more of a risk framework. But I have to admit that the third volume is controlled mostly by economists, and the economists narrowed down again, and they just couldn't change the story. They changed it as much as they could, but not as much as the ecologists were able to. And we have this situation in Delta planning. We should be assessing ecological thresholds and how soon they might be crossed under different warming, sea level, biodiversity loss paths. And we should be looking at the extremes and saying what's going to be happening to the Delta and how should we be preparing for it. So we do have two Delta papers, both with Larry Brown as the lead author, that did use Delta scenarios, and they do go out and look at what might be happening to the ecosystem and the Delta as a whole. But by and large, the papers also go back and tie into the dominant narrative by concentrating on Delta Smelt. And it was sort of, how soon are the Delta Smelt likely to disappear? But it was a Delta Smelt narrative. But by going out on scenarios, we can better understand or start thinking about when thresholds might be crossed. How can we delay crossing some of them? What will likely follow if we can't delay crossing them? And
You're advancing it on there, but not on there. You need just that.
so that's the one you want to be on. And, would it be worth it to do management actions to push those delays? And the other big issue is new species will be coming to the Delta. And there's just going to be a lot of change. And there's already been a lot of change over the last 150 years, and there's going to continue to be a lot of change. And that's going to upset the Delta narrative story that we're in now. So we need to be thinking about which are likely, which are more desirable, should some be provided a refuge, and which should be discouraged. And that's a very different narrative than the invasives narrative that we're on now. Yeah. That's where I was. Okay, here's where we need to be. I'd like to just do a thought experiment. When you're driving 75 miles an hour along a freeway, you're looking much further ahead down the road. You're watching the behavior of other vehicles. You're looking for trouble ahead. And it's very different when you're driving slowly. And the reason we look so far ahead is because we know there's a lag time in our response, and that we know the vehicle's stopping distance is much greater. And so we look further ahead. And to me, that analogy says something about Delta policy and management, that we know there are lag times in how quickly we can change policy and management actions. And the scientific community really needs to be doing that, looking ahead to see what might be coming up and giving warning in advance that it might be this and it might be that, and be ready to be nimble. Now, we do need to be more nimble in policy and management, but that looking further ahead and reporting on what might be happening is what I don't see in our science planning to date. And so I tried that analogy on some of our board members, and maybe, but I don't quite see how that helps. And, I don't have it translated either, but I think there's something there. The dominant narrative we have now is just not going to hold. And Peter Moyle has given us warning on Delta Smelt. Others have talked a lot about invasives defying control, let alone eradication. And climate change is going to kind of exacerbate this even further. I can't see whether that one is where I want to be or not. No, okay, now I am. Part of the problem is that screen is elongated and nothing looks the same, let alone people. And so I started looking further around what's happening in Delta thinking, went to the IEP science plan, which is a couple years old, and climate change is a top priority. It's the first thing listed in the IEP science plan. And the first thing is what's happening, but it's a monitoring of what's happening now rather than a projection of what's going to happen or might be happening. And second, the second category that's rated high within climate change is the question, is the Bay Delta water and fish management system resilient to climate change? And I interpret that as, is the existing narrative resilient to climate change? Now, most of the subsequent elaboration was about the resilience of ecological systems to climate change. But frankly, climate change is not something, it's not a perturbation. When we talk about resilience of ecosystems, we're talking about resilience to a perturbation. And climate change is going to be having effects, even if we neutralize carbon emissions and sinks now, it's going to have an impact for the next 200 years on change. And so, again, it struck me that we were kind of stuck in the dominant narrative as we were trying to look at climate change. Okay, that's all I'm going to say, just to get us started. And I appreciate help of others keeping the conversation going.
Thanks, Dick. John?
I think that's very good, Dick. I think puts things in a different context. You're right. The focus on resilience is an attempt to rationalize maintaining the status quo, because resilience essentially means how can we buffer ourselves against change instead of embracing change, which is what we need to do given the inevitability of change. And I think where this comes home to roost is the model of science that we've been following for the last century or two, which is built upon sort of the perception is that it's built upon a progression toward increasing certainty, increasing absoluteness in terms of our knowledge base. And that's well and good, and it served us when we thought we could stabilize the environment and all we needed to do was do more science and understand it better. But now we're acknowledging the change, and we don't know where the change is leading. We can begin to anticipate some elements of it, but as your graph indicated, you've got to bracket your expectations with a fairly broad range of potential scenarios. And even scenario analyses, which are the vehicle of choice in terms of dealing with future change, are built upon a current understanding of processes and the way they operate, and to think that things might be operating by different rules under a changed climate, under changed conditions, doesn't figure in to most scenario analyses. So I guess what I'm saying is that this calls attention for rethinking the model of science, not just restoration, but how do we position science and the science process, the science enterprise, to make progress that is really going to stick in terms of being useful 10 or 20 or 50 years from now?
I guess I enjoyed the presentation. One of the things that triggered in my mind again was the whole concept of environmental or ecosystem forecasting, as a framework to organize science. And I've given hour-long talks on this, but in essence, what it forces you to do is to look at driving forces, and it moves you away from doing explanatory research or explanatory science to say, why did this happen in the past? It really forces you to look at things. It ties in directly with adaptive management because you're making forecasts, and it also forces you to look at time and space scales. And that did come out as one of the recommendations in the Science Enterprise Workshop, was to consider that ecosystem forecasting as kind of a concept to structure science. It didn't say it that explicitly, I don't think, but it was in that Science Enterprise.
Yeah, so long as the forecasting is multiple forecasting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we in the IPCC, we were always doing forecasting, but then we were always trying to say, well, what's plausible? And of course, even if those were the more plausible, we're worried about the extremes. It's the extremes that are going to get us.
Yeah, and I know I sent you a report the other day that talked about forecasting in a climate context that dealt with at least everything from human health, environmental, to fisheries, to invasive species, to water quality and quantity, as forecasting things that would be influenced by climate change. Are you going to call out?
That was excellent, Dick. One thought I had, though, in terms of how do we respond to this, is one of the challenges for the Delta is our planning horizon is based in the old way of looking at things. And as Dick was pointing out, we're entering a new human era where we're seeing these accelerating changes. And so maybe one contribution we could make as a board is to address the planning horizon issue. I don't know what the answer is to dealing with these accelerating changes, how you do it from a planning standpoint. Looking at it as an engineer, it kind of drives you nuts because there's no end in sight. But it's so fundamental to the challenge of the Delta that it's something we need to sort through, I think, not just as a board, but probably even at the state level. They really need to think hard about the planning horizon.
Jay,
I really like Dick's presentation, the ideas particularly in it. This idea, when things are moving fast, you have to look further ahead. I think that's the bottom line, and it's very clear. I think in our modern conversation, particularly around climate change, we delude ourselves in thinking that this is new. In some degree, it is new for climate in particular, but if you look at the history of water management in California, it has always been changing very rapidly. It has always been non-stationary. It has always been incredibly difficult to forecast. This is true from the earliest plans of California water to today. This is really nothing new in a sense. But I think we suffer often in our policy discussions from the illusion that this is something new, and the illusion that our fairly static planning that we used with temporarily modest success in the 1930s through the 1950s. It did have a lot of accomplishments in terms of developing agricultural and urban water availability. But it wasn't a long-term sustainable thing, as we're finding out now. So while I agree with everything you said, I think we could really put it in a little broader historical context, because we've always had to do this. This is part of the human condition, that things are always changing and we're never used to it. Heraclitus even noted this many years ago.
Well, I think the flip side of that is, the mistakes we've made is, are because we have pretended it was not a changing system. And climate change is finally forcing us to think correctly, but we should have been thinking correctly 50 years ago.
But if you read the comments of people at the time, they all knew they weren't going to get it exactly right. I mean, nobody at that level really thinks that, I think.
But they weren't doing science around multiple scenarios or really trying to make those linkages.
I'm not sure we do either.
No, I know we don't. That's my point. Thank you.
I see a lot of multi-scenarios.
Tracy?
So I was gonna take us to the discussion of the DPIIC letter, but first, this conversation, I think, needs to go on. And I would just say to this that, to Jay's comments, yeah, the last 50 or 60 or more years, the change has been a result, in my view, of primarily human actions that were taking place then.
Yep.
And we could control those actions. We could change them. We had the ability. Right now, we have a pressing, huge driver in climate change. It's a result of human actions, but we can't change it. We can't moderate it or ameliorate it. And we're going to have to deal with it. And I have been one of the people arguing with Dick on this point, but now after talking to him more and seeing, I really think we are saying, if we want to deal with climate change, particularly in the Delta, along with everything else, we're going to have a very different way of doing the science enterprise. And the question that's going to be before the board, what we're talking about a little as this conversation goes, is how do we guide that process, or how do we recommend that process transpire? Because I think it's a really critical, important question, and I think we're one of the first boards that has probably tried to address something like this. So we'll probably get shot down in flames, but okay.
I think I have a suggestion that we aim for a greater flexibility. And I recall benefiting from NSF's former program and rapid response proposals. I don't know if they still do that, but some proportion of research funding is held back in case there is some rapid change that somebody could argue that needed to be studied right now. And of course, it was studying it too long each time. It was a boom. But I think the need to change the way you think about writing up research proposals. By the time you get the money, everything has changed, and you have to regroup anyway. We have to build in some kind of flexibility and call it some dollars or whatever, but I think we need a change in terms as well as change in reactiveness.
Thanks, Joy. Jessica?
Sure, thank you. Just one comment. At the Science Enterprise Workshop, we did talk about this. We talked a lot about forecasting, and I think one of the terms that was really interesting that came out of a discussion from somebody from Florida was decision-making under deep uncertainty. Our staff recently attended a workshop in Southern California titled Decision-Making Under Deep Uncertainty, and we're using a lot of that work and thinking in our approach to the climate vulnerability assessment. This project's really just started to kick off. We have a technical advisory team that we've formed, but I think our process and the project would certainly benefit from the ISB's feedback on that process. And so I'd like to propose maybe a presentation from that group that's working on the climate vulnerability assessment over the next few months when it's ready for presentation, if that's all right.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Edmund, can you add that to your action item?
Yeah.
This decision-making under deep uncertainty is the RAND Corporation's been involved a lot with that development, and there's a group that's forming that put on this workshop down in Southern California. But I'm only peripherally engaged on, or aware of what they've been doing, but I'll send you some links around the work that they've been doing.
But the climate vulnerability is more...
The climate vulnerability
a whole
is
different
here
thing.
within,
Yeah.
they just participated in that because there was some interest in, could the Delta be a good case study for dealing with major uncertainty.
Okay. How about Joe and Dick?
So we always talk about climate change and accelerated climate change, and yesterday or the day before came up with I think not NAE, one of the climate assessment people came up with that 4% increase in carbon dioxide last year because of the growth in economy. It was the New York Times, one of those pieces came up quickly. So there is a time scales for these. So usually we think about climate change on a decadal scale or more because you average out 30-year period. But now we have to consider much more faster time periods. On top of that, urbanization also adds to quite a bit of stressors, the heat island, the change of ecosystems on that scale. So it's really a rapid growth now, not only decadal scale, maybe much faster scale.
Yeah, I just wanted to react to the word vulnerability. That suggests that it might be killed off, or it might survive, and that's kind of just that word frames it in a manner that is not as constructive as how might we adapt to the changes that are going to occur, and sort of accepting and working with the change. Of course the Delta is vulnerable. Yeah.
Go ahead.
There are some useful, interesting results that have come out of the realm of deep uncertainty analyses, but I would caution you that these kind of analyses are often used as a substitute for thought rather than to aid in thinking.
Yeah, as long as we're arm waving, going back to Dick's comment on vulnerability, I really do agree with that, and that often when you think about vulnerability, you're really talking about being concerned about the change in status quo, and in many respects what we're saying is that change is the status quo, and and then how do we deal with that, and how do we deal with the science that helps us better manage. Joe, do you have something?
Oh, no, sorry.
Tracy?
Sure. So with that, I mean, what Dick has sort of proposed and presented here, I think, really well, is the way in which we are conducting science and the framework that we're using it in the Delta. It's not, as we say in this draft letter to DPIIC, it's not adequate. It's not going to cut it. We're way short. So the question is, what are we, if you guys have had a chance to look at this letter to DPIIC, I think, and Jay was the primary drafter of this with some comments from others, I think it does a really good job of laying out that we have to elevate this way above the Delta Science Program, way above the Delta Stewardship Council. This needs to be a DPIIC level at least, and saying we are not going to succeed in our science underlying management decisions in the Delta if we go along the current path we're going. No matter how many workshops and how many other ways of thinking about it, we need a radical transformation. And that's what I think this letter is calling for. So what does the ISB think in general about, it's a pretty radical move from my perspective. I was like, oh my God. But I'm becoming a disciple, and I'm wondering what people think.
Dick's presentation makes us more aware, I think, of the deeper philosophical and broader philosophical relevance of a lot of these issues. I think that merits a journal paper. But I don't think it will help in selling this idea to DPIIC members to have an intellectual argument. I think it will be a pragmatic argument that these are changes that are going to affect the missions of your agencies and your ability to do your job. And we'll have some, with some appropriate references to, I think, the scientific literature that demonstrates the rapidly changing and potentially certainly rapidly changing content of the Delta's problems. I think that's the way to make the argument. I think it will be a marvelous paper to explore the more intellectual aspects of it, which we can distill and have as threads that go through here, but not writing it as scholars, but writing it as advisors to policymakers.
I accept the compliment. And yes, we definitely, I think all of us need help on translating this into what's it mean for how we do science. But thank you.
John?
I think when we appeal to DPIIC in this context of what we've been talking about over the last 20 or 30 minutes, we need to recognize that, at least as I perceive it, DPIIC was sort of formed to heighten coordination among the relative agencies. And coordination means that you need to coordinate about something. You can't just get together twice a year and talk and say, okay, that we've coordinated because we've talked at one another. But I think what we're saying here is not just coordination is needed. That's necessary but not sufficient. What is needed is an articulation of the challenges that require coordinated effort to address. And those challenges are, as our discussion has, I think, revealed, that we almost need a new model of science. We need at least a new way of thinking and accentuating different approaches to science, rather than saying there is a scientific method and we shall follow it and we shall therefore rise in the estimation of our peers by publishing. I mean, we're dealing with a model of scientific advancement that is all out of kilter, and we don't need to get into that, but what we need to be addressing is that model of science sufficient to address these kinds of problems that we're facing, and particularly the speed of change, because science, when you get down to it, is a very ponderous process. And I think those are the points we need to make. I don't think we've got the silver bullet. We don't have the solution to it. But what we see is that we're beginning to think about this and discuss it, but we look around ourselves and we don't see much other discussion going on. And we don't see the discussion going on, particularly in those arenas where they can make something happen. And I think the challenge to DPIIC is not just say, here's a challenge, but you guys, women, wake up and use your authorities, your abilities to really dig into this, to make things happen, and to work with people who can help you decide what it is that needs to happen.
I wanted to put this in broader perspective. I've recently started reading Tom Friedman's new book, and it's basically about accelerating changes that are occurring to humans. And climate change is one of three that he identifies, technology and globalization being the others. And I think what he's telling us, and I think it's true, is that this problem that we see with climate change is just one piece that all of society is having to deal with. But the important aspect of it is, and what makes it different, is they're accelerating. And I'm not sure how we have to think about it differently, but that is a pretty important driver, the acceleration. And I actually have a question for Jay. When you were talking about the water stuff dealing with change and non-stationary issues, was it in the context of accelerating changes? Because I would think that's a sort of a new problem.
Yeah, accelerating changes, when you experience them as accelerating, right?
Yeah, when it's new, it's
Right, that's right. So I don't think it's new in that sense. I mean, when I first went from a graduate student to being a professor and getting a real wage, I experienced accelerating change, and it seemed tremendous at the time, and any attempts at extrapolation were futile. Certainly, I think for globalization, even you can look at the invasive species problem or non-native species problems as really related to globalization of the economy and of people, and sort of a homogenization of the globe's ecosystems, in a sense. That will not accelerate forever. Once it becomes homogeneous, once nutria are everywhere, then we will all be mixed up, and that's the case. So I think globalization can only peak out, right? It can't accelerate forever. Technology, well, maybe that can accelerate forever, and climate change, maybe that reaches some new steady state, or maybe it accelerates forever and we become like Venus. That's not really for us to debate here. I mean, we can debate it and talk about it. It's kind of fun, but for the DPIIC letter, we might not want to get into that.
So it seems, I guess, getting back to reality, the question on the table is, do we want to, is DPIIC the right audience for the letter we're talking about? And I'm seeing heads nod, and then is there a timeline that we're under in order to get it done? Is getting it done before the April meeting valuable?
I'll try to answer that question. So I guess just stepping back for a moment, I mean, I feel, DPIIC has kind of been, I think, over the last couple of years, dipping its toes into the water around this, first with the Science Enterprise Workshop. We had a panel discussion, was it not this past November, but maybe the November before. The science funding paper, even the Delta Science Plan, and attempting to kind of wrap its arms around just understanding the current structure and what's going on. So I feel like DPIIC is a great venue for that, to receive a letter like this, to open the dialogue between DPIIC and the ISB. In terms of getting a letter out before April, in terms of it affecting, I think the white paper is probably going to kind of move forward as it is right now, just because we've gone so far and we've talked to so many stakeholders, and we don't necessarily want to hold that up. But I think that there are opportunities in the next phase, in the implementation phase, where we can really take these recommendations and maybe provide kind of a dual purpose to, or a dual charge to, the implementation work group, to not only look at the recommendations in the white paper, but also look at the thoughts and the recommendations that you're presenting to DPIIC, to see how we either integrate those or we develop a parallel forward movement on them. So I think the timing is good. I think, I was just kind of noticing one of the recommendations about starting a small group to look at a JPA. So I think that's a great idea, but maybe we take it a step back and say maybe we start with a small group even as soon as we receive the letter, or forming it at the April meeting where we have a small group that meets of DPIIC agencies and ISB members to start talking about how we move forward. So I think there are opportunities, and so to get to, to answer your specific question, I think the timing is good.
So getting it done well before the April.
Yeah, and I think that would even, prior to DPIIC meetings, we do a series of pre-meetings with all the DPIIC members. So this would be something we could potentially chat with them about at those pre-meetings as well, which are a lot of times, the DPIIC meetings are super beneficial, but the pre-meetings are also really, really great opportunities because you're getting people one-on-one.
Yes, Jessica.
And I think this is a really fascinating discussion, and I think the balance between philosophical and practical is one that's really important to pay attention to, and I think your instincts around the DPIIC group is a very practical group, is right. Tracy, when you were at the DPIIC meeting, and we had a whole panel discussion on what about a JPA, and does it work, and does it not work, and I think there was some really interesting discussion around that. One of the quotes that I remember was from Mark Lubell at UC Davis, and he said, "The devil's in the details. There's no silver bullet." And so having an open discussion, whether it's at the DPIIC meeting or a subgroup, or it's ideas that are detailed out in more of a written form, I think it's certainly an interesting timing for this discussion to have happen. But I think my only encouragement would be to focus much more on the practical. There's great examples of where this discussion and debate has come up in other regions, both in California and outside of California. There are certainly parameters around it in terms of process and funding and governance structure and legal advice. I mean, there's all sorts of considerations to look into. But, this is not a new idea. It's been around for a while. There's PPIC's done some pretty extensive writing about it.
2013.
Yep, 2015 science governance, 13, yep. So it's not a new idea, and there's no time like the present to keep innovating and talking about where we need to go for the future of the science enterprise, so.
Jay, do you have a comment?
My guess is that if we come out with this letter very soon in the coming weeks, if we're all agreed to it, that gives some time for people to talk about it around the edges and maybe be useful for its own sake and for the sake of the discussion, as well as the other documents you're preparing for DPIIC. In that, we might even make this a letter to DPIIC members, but also one that we make public. We certainly, it is available to the public once we approve it, and even in draft form right now, but we might post it as a blog on somebody's website, maybe the Stewardship Council's, maybe somebody else's, just to get it out there in more public discussion, because it's not just the DPIIC members we have to persuade around these issues. It's really a group of a few thousand people, right? Jason back there and all of his friends and all the people he's been hanging out with for 30 years. That group has to get used to the idea, and people don't get used to new ideas very quickly. So I would encourage us to write it short, write it well, practically, with some hints of philosophy, but no more than hints, and then get it widely out there to stimulate discussions. People can tell us where we're wrong. I had one more thought on the draft. I would recommend adding an additional finding that the scientific and policy challenges that come from these changes are not unique to the Delta. I mean, we're writing it to DPIIC because it's for the Delta, but the DPIIC members have these same challenges for their other responsibilities outside of the Delta, for managing groundwater, for managing ecosystems outside of the Delta, for establishing water quality standards everywhere. So I think adding that as an additional finding might further pique DPIIC members for their responsibilities that lie outside of the Delta, but we can only mention peripherally.
So I guess we're moving into the discussion of the DPIIC content, and I think, Jessica, did you do?
Just one other quick thing. One resource that you might look at. Over last summer, the council had a summer discussion series that we called Data to Decision Making. There's a blog that kind of wraps up and summarizes the whole discussion, but it really, some of it was inspired by the PPIC blog that came out talking about JPA as an option to support the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan implementation. But the discussion at the council was spanned a lot of different topics, but it really tried to get at this issue of how do you go from the foundational science to making decision, and what are the different aspects of that? So I would just say, if you're looking for additional resources, that's a discussion that we had very recently. There's information on our website, and again, if we're happy to send you links on it. So.
Okay, thanks. John? Or Dick? I mean?
Yeah, I've never been convinced that DPIIC is the right party, and partly because, as Jessica says, they're practical and they were organized for the implementation of the plan, not for rethinking what's going on. And I guess I'm not sure who to write to, but it could just be a much more open letter that includes DPIC, but, primarily to the council, with CCs to DPIC, with CCs to the appropriate committee staff of the legislature. The directors of agencies rather than, departments rather than DPIC maybe. And I don't know, I wish the California Academy of Sciences were the 38 million people equivalent to the National Academy of Sciences, because that's kind of what we need here.
Yeah, I guess to me, DPIC is sort of in our chain of command for this, in our purview for this. As Delta, as an institutional creature of the Delta, as that's sort of our direct line of report in a sense. That's why I recommend the journal paper for the little broader basis, and why I recommend we put our letter to DPIC out there so everybody in California gets to read it. I think that's a fairly parsimonious way in terms of our effort to in a fairly surgical way, try to get this out.
Yeah, I too am just not sure what the chain of command actually is with regard to DPIC, because my understanding is they were formed by the council. They're currently chaired by the council chair, and I guess run by the council, although it's a separate entity of sorts. So I'm not sure where who best to send a letter like this.
And just the DPIC membership consists of the primary Delta agency. So you're going to get the directors and the agency, the secretaries and all those, and so for what that's worth. State and federal.
Steve.
Oh, Tom.
Yeah, I think the thing is we have to start somewhere. And Jay's point, they are sort of in the chain of command. And just planting the seed among these agency heads to think more of it, climate change and accelerating changes as being the fundamental issue here. And it is more than just climate change, as Jay pointed out. It's globalization as well, because a lot of the homogenization that's occurring. And I just wanted to conclude on that aspect of when will it end. All of it's going to end.
I will end first.
Yeah, no, we will disappear. But, like this CO2 driver, eventually we're going to get off fossil fuel because we're going to pretty much used it up. And so we'll go to an alternative energy future. But the legacy will be that we will have this huge slug of CO2 in the atmosphere that's going to drive climate change for probably centuries and millennia afterwards.
Just like we have this still huge slug of mercury still in our streams.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, we could send this letter to DPIC, and then subsequently, there's nothing stopping us from doing an opinion piece or something like that, which I know we've talked about on other things.
Dick is right in some ways. I think we should send it to the DPIC members, not to DPIC. Maybe it's the same thing, but to some degree it's different. The members of DPIC, as those agencies, have responsibilities for the Delta in many different ways, even outside of what is normally talked about in DPIC. And they have responsibilities for California water in many ways that are not covered by DPIC. So if we send it to DPIC members, I think we do double duty. And the ambiguity is useful.
Yeah, it's just weird for me to think as this board sending out things to, why don't we send it to the head of NOAA, and why don't we send it to,
Well, that's why I think DPIC members is pretty much okay.
Yes, Liz.
Yeah, just to respond to Jay's suggestion, I actually like the idea of sending it both to DPIC as well as to the members. And one of the reasons I think we even thought about DPIC from the beginning was we thought that this was a problem or an issue that required coordination. And since part of their purview is coordination, it makes sense to send it to that group. But also, it requires action on the part of many individual agencies and groups. So sending it to the members individually sort of addresses that aspect of what we're trying to accomplish.
Any other thoughts on that, or should we craft it first and then decide who to send it to? I'll make one comment on the recommendations. It seems to me we have 4 recommendations. It seems to me that the last 2 kind of form along the line of the funding and integration mechanism, and really the first 2 kind of cover largely what Dick's conversation was about. And I think we've actually advanced beyond that, and I really think we might want to flesh those first 2 out more specifically, because to me they're fairly vague. Form a committee to do what we really want them to do, and maybe we ought to just we are a group, and why not just delve into that and be more specific about those recommendations.
What would you recommend?
I have my opinion, other than ecosystem forecasting, but a scientific, that you need, we've said this in a couple of places, that you really need to pick the huge scientific issues and challenges and structure around that, and, and talk specifically about making predictions or forecasts, and that's how you, that fosters the integration, fosters some of the terminology we've used, the sort of the long-term strategic thinking about science, and the concept of some of the things even that Dick mentioned in his presentation, and just bring those out more forcefully and specific, because if you think about this again, the first suggestion is basically to form a committee or a task force, and that's why I say going to an individual agency and telling them to form a task force. I'm not sure how meaningful that is, and the same thing with the climate change is a unifying thing. But I mean, if they don't know that climate change is important, then it just seems kind of vague, to me. Just Vince.
I've been thinking about how this whole process came about. We were asked by the science program to review a document, and I remember, all of us provided comments, and I thought this was very interesting. And then we got into this discussion, and I was thinking, God, where are Jay and Dick going with this? We're asked to do a simple document, and we've got, really very philosophical. Having said that, I think this is one of the great synergies of being on this board, is that many of us probably thought, well, we'll just, try not to do wordsmithing, but at least come up with comments. And I think this is really, I've been sitting here kind of thinking how this whole thing has evolved into a very meaningful idea that I think we should pursue. And again, this is coming from someone that said, why don't we just answer the original question, So it really does point out, that collectively that this is really quite a good process.
And so my impression from the conversation is we have probably a lot of agreement on most of what's in the draft letter now, and who we should send it to. The recommended next steps, that's always the hard thing. I think. Where do we go from here? Especially, we're sort of an advisory body, and we're trying to advise this group of DPIIC members, which is really all over the place. To what degree do we give them suggest they do very specific things? Well, we can check the boxes and say, yes, oh, good, you followed our recommendation, or whatever. You did something that's fairly specific, and giving them something specific, maybe it's easier for them to do because we made a specific suggestion. And so I think we should have some specific suggestions in here. But I also think these are folks that are all pretty wise in the ways of the world relative to most university professors, and we should give them some latitude and sort of encourage them to set up their own process that would explore this in a different way than we would do it. Maybe with more institutional wisdom. We don't have that control, but I'm worried that if we're only too specific, only really specific, then we're not giving them cover to do bigger things. And so that's my timid rationale for these 4 recommendations, which I'm not entirely satisfied with. I think we could probably improve them, but I think we should give them some things that are pretty vague, where it's on them. We've given them cover to address that vagueness, but let them explore it.
And I agree with you, but not to be too prescriptive, but on the other hand, if you're too vague, then the answer is we're already doing that. It's kind of like adaptive management.
Yeah.
If you're doing it, yeah, we are,
Yep.
until you tell them what it is. So I think somewhere there's a balance in there, and right now I would argue it's a little vague. And just judging from what Jessica said in terms of what they did, what some of those meetings had been dealing with some of these topics, we want to be careful. We're not telling them to do something that they've already can claim they've done.
One of the things I really liked about Liz's original suggestion to use climate change as a vehicle for all of this is that this is a train that's moving, right? The state is going to invest a lot of energy and a lot of dough and a lot of politics in doing stuff for climate change. And climate change is a really big aspect of this problem. And so since that's going to move, I thought hitching it to that is a way of getting better attention, and for the people that get the ideas that we're trying to present here, this will be a good vehicle to integrate into their other efforts that are going to be moving anyway. But if we have ideas on how to make numbers 1 and 2 more specific, great. What are they? Let's see words on a page.
At least a screen.
Or a screen, yeah.
Yes, John.
My experience trying to argue with administrators and policy people on general, broad philosophical grounds is that they come back to you and say, well, yes, I get it. You just tell me what I should do. And I think that that's the likely response that we'll get here. We're basically firing a shot across their bow, saying you got to pay attention to this. There's a problem here, and it's a problem that goes to the core of how science is being used or not used in the Delta. And they may say then, okay, yeah, we'll do more coordination. We'll form a committee. Mm-hmm. We'll put a task force to work. I mean, all these are tried and true and futile efforts. I mean, they're not going to address the problem that way. It requires some deep thinking. But I think spelling out the problem so it's crystal clear what it is we're drawing attention to and why we're concerned about it, and then not giving them the precise recipe, but giving them some guidance on what do they do. I think it's incumbent upon us to take that step. Otherwise, I think we've left them sort of nodding their heads and saying, yeah, we'll take care of that, or we're already doing it. And a year or two later, they will not have satisfied the performance measures that we put in place.
Yeah, Dick.
Yeah, maybe we need to take just another 2 months on this ourselves and call a panel together. I'd like to hear more about the deep uncertainty activities, and maybe some of the key people from there could interact with us. I can imagine bringing other people from the climate change community who do biosphere feedbacks and how they think ahead about biosphere feedbacks could be helpful. And then we ourselves might be a little more informed as to how to think about it.
Tom?
Jessica, I have a question for you. In our letter on the science plan, I guess it was the white paper, our second recommendation was to expand the time horizons. Do you know whether that had any impact?
On the Deltas?
On
the Delta Science Plan, the comment letter on the Delta
Yeah,
Science Plan?
I can't remember whether it was the science plan or the...
Synthesis papers.
It was the white
Plan,
paper,
eco
okay.
plan amendment.
On the white papers for the ecosystem amendment. So the Delta Plan, under the Delta Reform Act, the time horizon for the Delta Plan, the ultimate time horizon is 2100. For planning purposes, for the ecosystem amendment, we've been considering 2030 to 2050. There's no, so we've been considering and sort of playing with what 2030 versus 2050 looks like, but in terms of sort of projecting out past that, we haven't been looking at a 2050 to 2100 timeframe.
Okay.
I don't know if that helps.
No, it
I know this
helps
is-
a lot because we've already, in a sense, fired a shot with that recommendation, and if
Right.
it had some impact, then it would support Dick's suggestion that we delay a little bit to become a little more focused.
Yeah, I mean, I think how the conversation about sort of forecasting and the practical aspects of planning for the next 5 to 10 to 20 years versus really being able to forecast out much beyond that, and then how that affects your immediate plans is one that's, it's an important consideration in planning processes. And I think it probably is more applicable at this point to the discussion of the climate vulnerability assessment. I know they're very much looking at scenarios and sort of the different aspects of different scenarios and how that relates to both the climate vulnerability assessment, but then also the adaptation strategy that's a piece of that. So I think, I mean, your suggestion that maybe hearing a little bit more from that team, on the climate vulnerability assessment team, I think that could certainly help inform your discussion overall that you're having here.
Well, then returning to the actual letter, the last two recommendations about the Joint Power Authority, might that be a bridge too far for us right now? That we really, the first two recommendations are really the meat of the issue at this point, and leaping to a sort of a solution of it. Because the real challenge right now is how do you do this very long-range planning? How do you incorporate it in your science?
Yeah, the Joint Powers Authority, I must admit, I did ask Jay for some background documents on that because I had no idea what specifically that is, and I'm still a little confused if that's a California thing or is it in every other state or whatever what it is. So so I still think that needs to be flushed out, at least in my mind. Just want to make one comment, then I'll let Jay take it. You could make something more specific. You could say what's needed is a short and long-term science needs assessment. Now, that's a particular way of doing business, to develop a needs assessment in the context of climate change relative to water quality, water quantity, invasive species, et cetera. Those have been done in other regions and come up with very specific short-term and long-term science needs in that context. And that can be done in a lot of ways. It can be done through workshops, it can be done through a task team, it can be done through other ways of doing it. But it's at least a little more specificity and a product at the end of it, that it's a science plan, basically, although I don't think we ought to call it a science plan. We should call it like something else, like a science needs assessment or something, strategy or something. But Jay?
I don't think we're calling for a JPA here. I think we're calling for a group to specifically examine it. A group that will quickly become knowledgeable. They'll bring in a couple of lawyers to see what's allowed and how it's done, and we've just given them enough to say, examine this idea. It's been in circulation for many years now. Let's get off the dime and have somebody official, not somebody from PPIC, not somebody outside the establishment, make some group within the establishment look at it. And then they might find, well, no, we don't want to do it. It's not for us to decide. We're terrible at designing institutions, I would think. But we can make some suggestions that seem to be successful, seem to have some promise. And then the number 4 is, well, if the JP is unsuitable, come up with something better. But what we're doing now isn't going to cut it. And small, iterations around what we're doing now probably isn't going to cut it. So I think the intent of 3 and 4 together is to say, well, you got to do something fairly radical. This seems like a reasonable, radical approach, but it might not be the best one. If you find a better one, go with that. And so I don't, for us to get into institutional design about what it ought to be, I don't think we have particular expertise there. I think we could delay, but if we delay, we will be delaying the start of a serious discussion outside of this group here. I would favor, okay, let's clean this up, add whatever things we want to it, get it to the DPIIC members, let them start talking about it. Let people out there in general start talking about it. We can have, that doesn't mean our efforts have to stop. This, someone said this is the shot across the bow. Well, what follows the shot across the bow? More detailed things. So if we really think this is the course, then we can have these additional discussions and presentations and maybe have a little longer missive that we send sometime later.
A full-fledged attack.
Yeah, potentially. Unless they change their course on their own, in which case we can then update, adaptively manage our activities to be to be helpful to the DPIIC people that have clearly started to engage in the discussion. So I personally I think it would be unwise for us to wait, given the timing, because they only meet every 6 months. And if we get it out to them in February, they've got some time to mull it over before, and this is the time when the new administration is forming. Delaying doesn't seem pragmatic to my mind.
Let me ask Amanda a question, and I get to John, I know I'm going to pin you down. What would be your deadline in order to make it appropriate in time for the DPIIC to get the pre-meeting?
Well, we're going to start the pre-meetings mid to late February. So ideally, having something in hand by then to actually show them and discuss with them would be great. I think that'd be much better than having just kind of the concepts and letting them know that this will be coming.
So mid to late
I would say
February.
mid-February. Yeah.
Okay, so we still have one more meeting we could
And if we
discuss.
put it out on a blog, then it's in general circulation. That is likely to have as much or more impact than our letter to DPIIC members.
But in deference to Dick's comment, we still could take as much as a month to do some research and,
If you want. How much is it going to change the content till we got here?
Yeah.
It would at least put it into context. I think we are obligated to acknowledge where activity similar to this is happening, how our proposal is different. Put some context to what we're saying, and it's, the context now is our review of the science plan and our frustration with that.
Okay, John?
Yeah, I don't normally agree with Jay, but I think that this is, I think we need to strike with iron hot to start with a new metaphor. I think that putting something together that crystallizes the problem, makes some straightforward recommendations for short-term actions that get the ball rolling on this. I think that's the way to go, but I think that it's almost incumbent upon us then to be following up on our own, and I don't think we envision this letter as being the start of yet another new activity, another review that we would be doing. But I think that in some senses it is. If we're going to be serious about our role in this. We're not finished when we send a letter to DPIIC. And I think the kinds of things that Dick is recommending, where we begin to build in the substance behind it and deepen our understanding of it, so that we can then follow up with some more detailed recommendations at some point, so that we can basically weigh in on this. We need to keep this alive if it's something that we really think is important, and I think we can't just pass it off and assume that it's going to stay alive. We've seen before with some of our reports that they kind of wallow. So I think doing something quickly, putting something together in the next month or so that really addresses the kinds of points we've raised, but then begin to put in place as well the deepening of our own understanding, so that we can continue this as a collective rather than a work group kind of activity. I think that that's incumbent upon us to be doing that. Besides that, I think it'd be interesting and perhaps one of the more productive things we could do.
We'll know better what to do next when we start seeing reactions from people at DPIIC and outside.
Okay, Tracy, then Joe.
Yeah, I also vote for quick action. If we're, and I think what our metaphor now is we're not going to fire a hot iron across the bow or something like that. But if we're talking, if we want to take 2 weeks for people to look into this more and think about it, Dick, you can go look into some of these things on your own, send in comments, and let's try to get it done. Let's try to have all input back to, I assume, Jay and Dick and whoever else wants to help on it within 2 weeks. That gives people, individuals, time to look into it and to think about how we would inform the full board for further iterations of this process. But I think we should move quickly.
Just time-wise, our next meeting is February 8th, so theoretically we could have a quasi-final version for approval at that meeting. That's roughly a month from now, and that would then allow us to do the final, allow Jay to do the final polish before we and get it to the DPIIC by mid-February. And another time check, because we're behind schedule now, but Jay has volunteered to give up some time in his discussion of the yesterday's workshop, so we'll catch up. Joe?
It's fine. So it's a quick comment. I mean, I also vote that we should take immediate action, but I just want to make sure that since we are going to write on climate change, accelerated climate change type theme, that we have looked into all the local climate change assessment by the state of California, because there is 2015 regional, local, and they say specifically things are changing quickly on a local scale. So we really want to make sure that we are not reinventing wheel here and try to preach to the choir. So we want to make sure that that is not come across as such.
Yeah, and that kind of relates to my concern too, is that we want to make sure that if we say something that that people will say something to the effect like that's a good deal, as opposed to, or a good idea, as opposed to we're already doing that, you know, and or we've already done that, worse yet. So we need to do a little more homework.
I was just going to add, I think, you know, to me, 1 and 2, the recommendations 1 and 2 are very different than 3 and 4, and I think just setting up that there is that difference and also providing the context like was mentioned, the DPIIC has discussed has been in some discussion. Tracy was there to talk about it, so they are very much aware of those previous recommendations. I think if you provide that context and just identify that, you know, this is all about governance and structure of how we could achieve 1 and 2, and that, you know, there is that context of the previous discussions. I think they'll, you know, they've heard this, and I think you're just pushing them to, like you were saying, Jay, let's really, there hasn't been any action even following all of that discussion, so this will be a good spark towards that.
Yeah, one of the things we said about the draft science plan, the redraft science plan, was that it was largely a focus, and I'm paraphrasing to make a point, but it was a focus on the how without being put under the umbrella of the what. And in our case here, 1, 2 is the what, and 3, 4 is the how. And if we focus on the how before we either figure out what we're going to do, we need to make that clear that that's what we're talking about, that there is a distinction. All right, so any other comments? What I'm hearing is we're going to work on this over the next month so that by our February meeting, we'll have a solid draft for consideration for approval. Does that seem reasonable? And we'll be looking for things to document what we're saying and to flush things out, making sure, and would be any input that you guys have on things that the DPIIC has already considered or something we should look at in reference to this would be valuable for us. And we probably then should put this in the hands of another work group, but make sure that somehow we get everyone have a chance to have comments, and maybe comments even on a revision before we go to final. I'm looking at Edmund for.
Yeah, so what I have on my notes was, I think, a suggestion from Jay, or maybe Tracy or Jay, 2 weeks for additional edits from the full board back to the work group, and then February, a new discussion draft to approve is what I have in my follow-up items.
If I might suggest, one of my problems is every time I read anything, I want to edit it. And so maybe what I'll do is, by the end of today or tomorrow morning, have a slightly revised version of this draft to everybody, or to Edmund to send to everybody to comment on.
Sounds good.
That will provide some little better context and try to reflect some of these discussions that we've had here. And I'll try to keep it short, but
That's a better idea.
yeah, thanks. Just throw it at me if I don't pay attention enough. But I think this is a very healthy discussion and very useful. But I think if this idea is something we really want to see happen, you sort of have to build a groundswell, and you have to have the timing of your missives go out in the right places, in the right ways, in the right times, to the right people. And I think we've got to start on that.
Yes, Vince. I hear you.
What I suggest is maybe Tom and Joe take a fresh look at this, because neither of you were involved in the original draft, were you? That would be, because they both had very strong opinions about this.
I was thinking even of another idea. Why not have kind of 2 work groups? The folks that have not had a chance, which would be also John, I think, John and Tom and Joe and Joy and Vince be work group number 1, and they kind of individually and collectively put together their thoughts on that. And then we individually as well, because we've now had the benefit of this discussion, can also do that. And I think that we're not violating anything, and that way you guys can feed off each other and a fresh look at it. And so we have quasi 2 work groups, but the original work group, we want to then do the next revision. Does that make sense? So now individually, you're all welcome to submit anything, but why not have this second work group have a chance to really circulate emails back and forth and bounce ideas off each other, and come back in a couple of weeks with some thoughts back to Jay, as well as if you individually want to send some things as well that the group doesn't like, you can also send those individually.
Okay, so you're suggesting in working group 1 just individually feed material? Or?
No, I'm saying we have another, let's call a working group, and I don't know who's the chair, but Tom, Joe, John, Vince, and Joy, because they haven't been closely involved with this in the debate. Set up a working group, and within 2 weeks come with some very specific redrafts, recommendations, redo of this document.
Yeah.
Do you want me to send out some of my minor edits first?
Yeah, you should have the revised one that would go out.
Okay.
And then the other original group can continue our discussion as well, and
And in all of this, are you hoping for convergent evolution, or?
It'd be, if they came up with the same ideas, it'd be great.
It'd be
If they
great,
came
yeah.
up with new, fresh things, it would be better, so, yeah. And Vince nominates Tom to head up the work group, is that what? Okay. That ought to be a model for all of our reviews right now. Why not have 2 work groups so we can just have 2 different versions of the final?
Just pick the best one.
Yeah, pick the best, we'll vote on the best
We have an
one.
evolutionary algorithm. Deep uncertainty.
Okay, any more on this topic? Any public comment? Okay, Edmund, where do we stand on our time and?
We're a little behind, but Jay, do you envision 40 minutes for your? Okay, and I think we can probably take a little small break and then reconvene if Jay doesn't envision more. Do you have a rough estimate, Jay, of how much you think you'll need for the next agenda topic?
I don't need to talk much.
Okay.
I talked enough yesterday.
Okay, but I think it's for the group to also express thoughts too.
You have to ask them how long
Okay.
they think.
Do you guys think 20 minutes is enough for that? Okay, and then 30 minutes for the updates. Okay, I think we'll probably take a 10-minute break if everyone needs it.
Okay, we're taking a 10-minute break then. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. We're to the Delta Independent Science Board meeting, and we'll move on to item number 6, which is a reflection on the water supply reliability workshop led by Jay.
You all were here yesterday. We heard from a lot of people, heard briefly from a lot of people, and from a few people a little more than briefly. A lot of discussion, a lot of ideas. What do y'all think?
I think it was a terrific workshop, and I learned a lot, and it seemed like everyone there was enthusiastic and a lot of interaction going on, and it seemed like the review almost wrote itself. Edmund?
Sensitive button. Yeah, I thought it was a very good workshop too. And then just going through all the different reviews, like sometimes how much similarity there are with the other reviews. I think one common thing that was brought up in the panel was there wasn't a common definition of water supply reliability. And that was like a common thread for the water quality review that Tracy also mentioned at the workshop too, that there isn't a common understanding of water quality and what it means to different users. And I think for the water quality review, the recommendation was to develop a shared understanding. Maybe a conceptual model would be a good idea. I'll be very interested to see how the water supply reliability review will help tackle that issue of what water supply reliability means. And that was a great workshop, and I learned a lot, and I'm still digesting on how to best summarize.
I was impressed by the format of it. I mean, so many people to, am I talking on top of someone?
Nope.
I'm sorry. I was just impressed of different ways that reliability is calculated. That was an eye-opener for me.
You know, when I first saw the program with all of these panels, you know, there was a great review of Titanic, the movie Titanic, that basically had 4 words: too wet, too long. And I was afraid, gee, I hope this isn't what it's going to be like. But it turned out really, as burned out as everybody was at 4 o'clock, it turned out to be very, very good.
I was really worried.
Yeah, I you know, I talked to Edmund the day before when we were meeting about that, you know, especially with the water quality being this afternoon. But I thought it turned out great.
Great, thank you.
Good.
Anybody else? Tom, Joe, what do you think?
Yeah, even though I helped organize it, I was impressed. So.
I think it was a great workshop, and the format, I was a little worried at the beginning, it's just such a quick death match, going forward. But it worked out very well. I didn't know that we can do it like that.
Yeah.
And also different kind of opinions about the water supply reliability, the scales, spatial scales, temporal scales, and different types of processes based on process-based water supply reliability. So I think it was a great educational experience, and hope that will transpire a good review.
This is the second time we've tried an orthodox workshop like this. The first one was with when Brian Atwater organized the one, and I think maybe the fact that they both worked out so well. Now, admittedly, it took a lot more planning than simply inviting 4 people to give our presentations. But it may be for some of our things in the future, we should think about this as really a great way. I think the best part was everybody talking with each other and people in the audience answering each other's questions.
Right.
So I think it's a format we should consider in the future too.
To me, it was an experimental format, and I thought the morning part went far better than I had, than I feared, certainly. But we did hear from an awful lot of people, and we heard the best ideas, I think, from most of them. The lunch, I think, was sort of pivotal, where it was somebody else's idea to have them talk over lunch and come up with a list of ideas, and I think that allowed the conversation in the afternoon to be better, a good conversation. They had a lot of good ideas come out of it. It became clear that the taxonomy we wanted to have, the organization we had in mind for the afternoon wasn't working, and it just all smushed together, and then it became clear that it was time to end it and go to the final panel. And then the final panel I thought was really brilliant. And I'm glad we didn't adhere to the schedule maniacally. So that's what I thought of it. Now, what to do next, I think, is the hard part. There's the questionnaire, which hopefully we'll get more people responding to the questionnaire. That'll give us more grist for the mill. I'm really looking forward to and dreading that we have a bunch of interviews to do. I thought, oh, good, I can sit down with a list of all the people that did presentations, and I can make a short list of people that I would want to interview, and I couldn't shorten that list very well. And then I can think of other people that weren't here that would need to be talked to. And because as we all know, people will often say more insightful things or additional insightful things in private than they will in public. So I think we're going to have to do a fair number of interviews, and I'm struggling myself on how best we can organize that. I think we'll have to do a lot of those over the phone, which we've had a good success with, I think. So any advice you all have for this hard part of the review?
And Jay, can you give us a little bit of the planning horizon, the timing, what we are thinking?
I teach planning, I don't do it. I really have no horizon in mind for this.
One of the things we saw with the IEP reviews where we did interviews where we did over 25 of these, putting together at the end was really an issue. So what may have worked better is after the first couple of interviews, we started to put together a template of what the topics were and tried to organize things then. And also then we may have changed some of our questions later on. So doing it after the fact, poor Tracy, it was very, very difficult to do. And we're still struggling with it, I think,
Yeah, speaking on to Vince's point too, kind of like for the IEP review, we kind of did a lot of information gathering up front and then synthesizing, and it was very difficult to synthesize, like when you guys did the Brownback seminar series, the interviews, and the questionnaire. So kind of in terms of the planning horizon that Joe asked about, we suggested the questionnaire responses will be considered until January 25th. And I think at that point, maybe the next step before thinking about the interviews is to synthesize that those questionnaire responses and also start working on the summary for today's workshop. And I think Kat and I are tasked with the summary unless something has changed. So I think maybe that'll be the next step.
Thank you. No, yeah, I think having you all write the first draft of the summary of the workshop would be very useful, and then we can pile on with that. And if you want, you can talk with us about organization of it or anything. But feel free to.
Following on what Edmund just said, I do think with IEP information gathering, we probably would have done better if we had done the questionnaires and some of the information and then synthesized that and then had a more focused interview, because some of our interview responses, they just got it's fine. We got a lot of good information, but it wasn't well organized, and trying to make sense out of that really was a much bigger job than we did.
So I think we should definitely postpone the interviews until after we've got almost all the questionnaires in. I'm sure we'll get some in after the deadline, but that seems like a really good, orderly way to proceed.
Jay, the other thing to think about, because we've had a lot of discussions about this regarding the IEP interviews, some of a subgroup have felt that in the past we've relied too heavily on quotations that we've gotten. And the argument there is that, it's not our review, we're just repeating what other people said. On the other hand, it gives support to the statements that we're making. So again, I suspect you may find the same thing that we did, that there's going to be a range of how you want to use them. At one extreme, we have just endless quotes, which in one of our drafts we have, and in the other, there's no quotes at all. So, thank you.
There's good advice. Other thoughts? So that's where we are, I think.
Okay, thanks. There's no public comment on this, I see, so we'll move on to the next item 7, which is our some brief summaries of the various other reviews we're undergoing, and I think Tracy with water quality? Or Liz?
Either one. We'll share the mic. We're virtually done, almost. So we've got the final 2-pager is now out. Thanks, Kat, for putting up with all of our last minute. Whoa, wait a second. So, but I think it's a really nice job, and it's done. We're going to have the panel this afternoon to follow up on the implementation of recommendations to the extent we can get there. Again, following on the guidance that we got from Randy when we made the presentation to the council back in July. I just now saw in Maven's notebook that she has an article about the water quality review. I haven't read it yet. It just came up, but based on the presentation that she saw at the Bay Delta Science Conference, we did the outreach at the CTAC North America Conference. And I know we won't be done with this because now we have this, in a way, now that we say we're going to look into whether recommendations are implemented, how they're followed up, it then becomes a never-ending task. But once you rotate off the board, the task is over. So. Liz or Vince, anything you want to add to that?
I don't think I have anything else to add, but I think I am pretty excited about this afternoon's panel. So this is the first time that we have actually gone back to some of the people we engaged with during the process and have gotten some feedback on, or will get some feedback on our recommendations and a sense of, what is feasible and, maybe what other things need to be put in place so that the recommendations can be acted upon. So I'm not sure what we'll do with that, but that will be a continuing conversation for the board.
And I think, several of the people that we interviewed are here, that was just invaluable in terms of really getting insights about that. So, had we just tried to do it ourselves, it would have been a totally different review than the directions we were getting in terms of what the issues were from the people we interviewed. So like Lisa, thank you very much for...
Okay, anything else on that one? The next one is the ecosystem review, and yeah, we are virtually done with our review as well, so I'll say a few words and then ask John to kick in. We are still planning our March panel, and that's the one activity. We've gathered a few names. We have quite a ways to go to get other names. Our intent, I still think, is to sort of more focus that panel on Delta-specific kind of issues, as we had originally proposed. And so that's underway and has a ways to go. Any names you have that you would like to suggest to us for that panel, I think would be very helpful. And secondly, Kat is still working on our literature review. And so any other references you have, feel free to send it to her. I think she told me yesterday she's not leaving the building until she finishes that review for us, so that's good to hear. John, anything? Or
No, I really have nothing to add. I think it's been, the process is sort of in its slow development phase, but it will take off at some point.
yes.
Sorry, I'm asleep at the wheel. Can you just remind us of the theme for the second workshop? So I can be thinking, like, how will the second workshop build on the first? And that would help me in thinking about suggestions for participants.
Yeah, our original concept was to have the first panel be a very broad perspective on looking at big issues that on the topic that could be not just Delta specific. John's not leaving because we said something bad. He's has to catch a flight, so he's already said he's leaving early. And I told him the assignments start at 11:40. And we had a whole list of people that were going to talk about broad topics, like novel ecosystems and invasives in general. And and then the second panel was to be more to hone it in and what are the specific issues relative to the Delta itself. Now, given scheduling conflicts in that, we kind of had a mixture of people. I think everyone in one way or another talked about the Delta in that first panel as well. So it was still very, very broad in that context. So for the second panel, our emphasis again now would be looking Delta specific. And there's a few people whose names have come up that are dealing with vegetative issues or food web issues relative to invasives. But we're not opposed to also bringing in another broad person, things like that. So it still could be a little bit of a mixture. I don't know if that helps, but, like we've thought about, WIM is on the list of invitees who might talk about food webs and how they're impacted by invasive species. We've talked about some people who are dealing with some of the vegetative invaders. The Neutrina, just talking earlier today about Nutria issue and how the agencies might be coordinated around that, things like that. So, but we're wide open for ideas and suggestions on panelists for that one. Dick, do you have anything else to add to that, or?
No, my thinking has been distracted, and I'll try to get back to this one.
I'd like to just add that we should have someone or more than one try to address the solutions, not just the problem.
Yes. Yeah, hopefully that's what their emphasis would be on, actually on the science aspect as well. So, what the science needs are in the area, so. Okay, no other questions on that. We'll go to IEP, Vince.
So the IEP review, we are certainly making a lot of progress on it. I attended the IEP directors meeting on December 12th, and it's clear there is a tremendous amount of interest both in this review and in the monitoring enterprise review that I'll talk about later. There were easily 20 minutes of questions. One of the things that they pointed out is that they're very concerned about how adaptive management enters into this, and especially in terms of our recommendations, if possible or when appropriate, we bring the adaptive management issue again in that report. And I'm sorry John has just left because we're going to ask him for some help with that when we get to the final stages.
Write that down for the minutes, yeah.
So where we are, where they've asked that we give them a report, either a draft report or a summary of where we are at their March 13th meeting. And whether we can do that or not will depend on the progress we've made. Remember, the full ISB has to review and discuss this before it happens. We have a rough draft, maybe our third rough draft that we've been circulating. Dick, and by the way, the working committee on this is Dick, Liz, and Tracy with me. Dick is basically revising the information about the introduction that we're proposing, about the questionnaire and the results, and some organizational structures, which is a big thing that has been brought up over and over again, especially by the not just at the director's level, but throughout all of the comments that we've gotten. Tracy is going through our findings and recommendations in terms of revising, trying to consolidate some of them together, converting some things that were findings into recommendations, and just a variety of things that that really need to be polished before we circulate it. So I given that there's so much interest in this, we don't want to come out with something that's hasty or that looks rushed just to make a deadline. But I mean, I think we've made great progress on this. It's not, John's comment about reports wallowing. I think this one is not wallowing, and it's when there's been a lot of distractions with both the water quality report and of course this issue about the the directions of the future. So I think if we can get focused on this, we are making good progress. So are there any comments or questions by the board about this that you want me to go over? John, do you want to add anything? Because you were at that meeting with me.
Just to reiterate, there definitely was lots of interest, as Vince said. So I think there'll be a lot of interest. There was a question about, I think that some of the staff were interested to see a draft before it went public. And I don't know if you guys want to discuss that or if that's...
Yes, we did get a request that the directors, IEP directors, have a chance to look at it before there's an open document, and we decided not to. Yeah.
Well, they'll get a chance to see it as soon as the rest of the board
That's what we told them.
gets it.
Yeah, that's what we told them. Yeah.
It's not uncommon to have special briefings to some of those people when the drafts are available. With DPIIC, we often have given special briefings like the day before it's released. I don't know that we want to do that, but certainly it might be useful when the public draft comes out to have a special briefing, or maybe not. I can see it going either way.
Yeah.
But it's something to ponder.
Well, there will be a public draft, or a draft that will be public that 5 of the board members would have not yet seen.
Right.
So, so it's still...
Do you want to do it that way? I mean,
What way?
we have an ability to send your first draft internally to everybody on the board.
Yeah. Let's wait and see where we are in terms of how the working group feels about that. We're aware of that too, yeah.
I think it might be advisable for the whole board to see an internal draft before it goes outside.
For sure.
I'm frustrated by the idea of others, having influence on our efforts before we've sought advice, we've been interviewing people, we're certainly engaged. For them to have feedback beyond what we've already sought and be editing or suggesting editing beyond what the public is allowed to do as well, I think is inappropriate. So we do have a first draft that is public, and then we get comments, and we should follow our procedures.
Liz or Tracy, anything you want to add? Okay, Liz will then go over the comments that we get back from Dick and Tracy in terms of looking at that as a fresh eye.
So I'm thinking we have a public comment on this particular review.
I looked to see if you were here. I thought maybe you had left.
Oh, no, just off to the side.
So for the record, you need to say your name and affiliation.
Yeah, I'm Stephanie Fong with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the chair of the IEP coordinators, the Interagency Ecological Program. I just wanted to add a little piece of clarifying information, and that was just that I think what folks were requesting in the draft before the public was just so that IEP member agencies could maybe get their heads around some things that we might need to address the day after things come out. So not so that we would have an additional opportunity to comment or change what was in there, but just sort of that moment to have a chance to speak together before we have any questions coming in about how we're going to address any of the recommendations that come out. So just want to make that a clarifying bit.
Thank you. I think Edmund has a...
So typically for thematic reviews, we normally don't provide any courtesy copies to any of the people being reviewed, but this IEP one's more programmatic. But what we've done in the past, I think that you guys are aware of, for like when we do a release of documents that are requested by a certain agency, like for the Delta Science Plan, the Delta Plan Ecosystem Amendment, what you guys have done is that you'll provide like a courtesy copy like a few days before posting, like this will be posted by this date. And at that time, just to give them like a preparation that it's out there. And if there's immediate concerns, I think for when I first started, you guys were working on a review to provide advice to the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Delta Stewardship Council on a EIRS. And then we did something similar for that. And when there were questions, you guys had a small briefing with them. So this is a thematic review, and you guys typically don't do that. But since it is kind of programmatic, that is an option out there. So I think what Stephanie, it is kind of consistent with what Stephanie said. It's just more to give them a heads up.
Okay, we'll consider that. We'll certainly consider that again when we're getting it close to that point.
I just wanted to say,
You need to have your name and affiliation.
Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research, and I just wanted to say, you know, given the conflicts and the politicization of science, I very strongly support the Independent Science Board's efforts to remain independent and to keep their processes ensuring independence. Thank you.
Thank you. Vince, you said it?
Yes.
Okay, then you also have the Delta Monitoring Enterprise report.
Right, and this is this will be a longer report because quite a bit has happened. And again, John, who's left, Joe, Steve, and Tracy are also part of the working group on this. And I'll try to reflect their opinions. We met with ESSA, which is the consulting firm from Vancouver that we've hired on Wednesday, and we've talked. First of all, their work plan is public, and all of you should have a copy of this. This is we'll have several key deliverables that I'll start off with. This is the first report will be lessons learned from other systems and the methodology of how they're going to do this. And I'm going to come back to this issue of lessons learned from other systems because we really want some input from you on that. Report number 2 will be the inventory, and the big thing about this will be the inventory tool that they've developed. And one of the things that we will have the new fellow that's coming in, and I don't want to say Kat's replacement because she can't be replaced, will work to really I guess, to train us on how to use this this inventory tool. That ESSA said that their specialist will work with the new fellow about how to do this, and then we'll be trained on it and pass it on to the rest of the science board. And then the final report, number 3, will be the synthesis report. In terms of our meeting with ESSA, Liz had made several concerns, raised some concerns about, afraid that the working group was going to be in a silo, that we're just working with each other, not keeping the DISB concerned. And one of the things I thought was great with the IEP is that we had all of you sit in on some of the interviews, even if you weren't part of the working group. And so we're really going to make an effort that doesn't happen with this report. We'll certainly, at our monthly meetings, we'll give updates. ESSA is going to provide us updates. All the communications between from ESSA are going to come from Edmund, myself, and Steve, so that I think that, and we'll make sure anything that needs to go to the working group will go out, and then beyond that, we'll do as necessary. So, please don't, I'm glad you raised that concern, but I don't think it's something really that, that at least at this time, I think we can deal with it initially. There is a timeline that ESSA developed that I don't think is in this document. They decided to pull it out. But Liz looked at their proposal, and it said she thought these timelines for reviews were too short. And we've come up with a possible solution in terms of the working group that ESSA is reviewing right now, in terms of having kind of pre-draft reports, which we look at in the internal review before they go out to the whole DISB in terms of looking at. And I think that if they agree to that, that's a pretty good solution in terms of your worrying about turnaround time. And again, so we're waiting to hear from them about whether that's agreeable. The 2019 dates are going to need to be, or may need to be adjusted in terms of some of our meetings or our phone calls, in terms of fitting this revised schedule that we have. But Edmund will keep you posted. And it really is nothing for the first few months. It's just, it will be in the second half of the year, if that's the case. We'd like to get some advice from you about programs that we should be considering as models. The proposal and the contract calls for them to evaluate 5 programs in terms of using this to develop lessons about methodology and everything else. So we're basically looking at programs that are not only well established, but have had reviews done on them in terms of the monitoring. The usual cast of characters has come out, and we need to narrow the list to 5. There's generally high agreement that the program in New Orleans, the Louisiana program, is high. The Brisbane River System in Australia comes out as high. Chesapeake Bay comes out as high. Puget Sound. We need a 5th program, and it's sort of difficult to get some consensus, and we've started contacting these. The Lower Columbia is one that we're considering. The Great Lakes, the Florida Everglades, the European Framework Directive. And if anybody else has another system that you think has been well worked out and, again, has had a review of the monitoring programs, this would be good to let us know, because we're contacting people about them right now. So, for example, I just heard this morning the European Framework Directive has had a lot done on intercalibration, but not much in the way in terms of actual reviews. So I'm still waiting for more information. Tracy?
So the Lower Columbia River, I talked to Ron Tom last night, and they have had a review of the overall program, but not a focused review on the monitoring approaches. So that's
okay. Okay. So again, if anybody has any other ideas, if you let either Edmund or I know today that we can look into, or certainly by Monday, because we have to make this decision next week with ESSA about what these 5 programs are going to be. Again, the key, we need to have programs that have had the monitoring reviewed. Now, we and ESSA will kind of expand the lessons learned from that review, but this is really going to be a core element of what they're going to do. Now, the most important thing that I'd like you to get on your schedules now is that there will be a data discovery and scoping workshop. ESSA is, I think, realistic, saying that if something comes out from a consulting firm saying that we want to do this, we're not going to get as much input and much involvement as if we can have the IEP, the water contractors, really everybody saying that this is really important to be involved in. And the scheduled dates for that are April 30th to May 1st. Now, this is the 2 days that are preceding our regular DISB meeting, which is the May 2nd and May 3rd. And again, we'd like everybody to contribute. I've also asked Dick if he would mention this to the social science, because remember, we're doing physical, biological, chemical, and sociological analysis. And certainly Stephanie Fong, Steve Culberson, Delta Science Program, we're hoping they'll take a very, very active role in publicizing this. So, I think the meeting with ESSA went really well. We had actually had a phone call with them in the December meeting that I think was good in that it set the stage as to what our expectations are in terms of how the contract would be implemented. And I just ask if anybody else, Tracy or Steve, have anything you want to add to this? Joe, if you want to add something about that?
I think you summarized quite well. Only thing is they don't want to change the number of programs to lessons learned more than 5. We were kind of discussing that. They said that their time frame allow only 5 of them.
Yeah.
So we had to come up with judiciously what the 5 are.
Yes.
So that's quite important.
Steve, anything you want to add?
No, I think you got it.
Tracy? Okay. Well, thanks very much. And if you wanted to open it, if there's any comments from the public, Steve.
Any comments from the public? Okay, we'll move on to our next item, which is number 8, which is the preparation for the upcoming Delta ISB meetings. In February, it's a teleconference, and we will get the council report. Susan will be here, and we'll get a formal introduction from her, and the new council chair. And I know we're going to get a report from Dick on the social science task force. We'll do our new fellow will be here for that conference call, and maybe we'll have a first draft of the IEP to discuss at that. We're still looking at February. Okay. And then the next meeting is a face-to-face in March, and now recall that March 5th through 7th is the IEP meeting, which is in Folsom, and then our meeting is the day after that, the 8th, and a large component of that would be the ecosystem panel, but we'll also, I believe, currently scheduled, are we still scheduled to have that first presentation by ESSA at our March meeting?
No, that's no longer going to happen. But we're still working with ESSA on the final schedule, so we'll update that.
Okay, and we kind of need to make a decision whether we're going to have that meeting in Folsom or whether we're going to have it here in Sacramento. The argument for having it in Folsom is that for those attending the IEP, how many plan to attend the IEP meeting? Okay, so some of us, and so it's right there the next day and we can meet. And the second argument for that is also that if we have, if some of the panelists that we would have would be attending IEP, it would be simple for them just to stay over and not worry about coming here. But it's open if there's other reasons. Any thoughts or preferences?
I prefer Sacramento.
Okay, for those that are coming in just to the meeting, that to them, then they have to get up to Folsom versus just coming here. Vince?
How many are going to be calling in may matter too. Does Folsom have good call-in facilities we could use there? Or?
We've had them in Folsom before, and the whole video system and everything is set up for us. They have a nice facility there. I guess the question is there anybody who's not going to be at the March meeting? Just for calling?
I'll call
Vince, right. That's why you're asking. Yes, Jay?
Since we won't have the IEP review done at that time, is there some value for us just being over there and opportunities for hallway conversations with people at IEP?
Always, yeah.
Yeah.
And again, pushing the MER
Yeah.
discovery workshop.
So, this might be an opportunity for us to set up some informal discussions with people over there, just that might involve some of us, just while
Well,
we're in the neighborhood.
Dick and Tracy will be there, and will have drafted the recommendations, and Liz will have reviewed them, and I will have reviewed them by then. So certainly the two of you, and Tracy, you better comment on
Well, I hear what you're saying, Jay, but I don't think, I mean, once the IEP workshop is over, people are gone,
Yeah.
right? So having our ISB meeting there the day after or before or whatever doesn't, I don't
They're
think,
gone. Okay. Oh, that's fine.
if you're at the IEP workshop, we can have those informal discussions, but I don't think it drives our ISB meeting.
That's fine.
And anybody that's in Folsom basically has to get back to Sacramento if they're flying out, so.
Sacramento seems like the place.
So maybe Sacramento, I don't know.
Just so, I guess for us over there, then we have to worry about just logistically driving a car here and parking it somewhere.
Yeah.
If you've
Yeah, there's
taken
light
the,
rail.
Or
And
I'll be
that's how you
driving
get
back.
there
I can
from
give some
the
of you.
airport?
Steve, I'll be driving back.
who's that?
I can give you a ride, I'm sure.
Okay.
Some of you. Or, a bunch of staff will be driving back. I think you'll get better attendance at the workshop, at the panel for invasives if it's here
Yeah.
rather than in Folsom.
Okay, so it sounds like we're talking about here, is that, anybody object to that? Okay, so then we'll have that March meeting here. The other meetings that, I'll just briefly mention that Vince talked about a little bit, just so you're not surprised, nothing's been decided yet, but our current August, September, and October, November meetings are a teleconference, a face-to-face teleconference and face-to-face. We might just switch those. So the August would be face-to-face, then teleconference and so forth. But if that's happened based on the monitoring enterprise review, then Edmund will send out a doodle poll just to make sure that we don't lose too many people or switching those dates and that. So just be aware there's some flexibility in the schedule from August onward in terms of not the dates necessarily, but presence or absence in the face-to-face. That's all I have on that, and then we'll go to the follow-up items, and then we do have a public comment for number 10. So Edmund, our follow-up?
Okay. So the first thing today is that I'll update the disclosure page on the Delta ISB website. Liz made a disclosure that she's participating in phase 2 of the primary productivity project. Dick is attending the social science task force, and he'll report back to the full ISB at the February teleconference. When the Delta Plan amendment is ready for public review, the council will come back to the Delta ISB and present and discuss how the ISB can provide review and input. At today's meeting, Joy Zedler did offer to the council that she can provide some individual and formal review on the Delta Plan ecosystem amendment before public release if the council is interested. John Calloway will send around the link on the Environmental Engineering Grand Challenges report, and he will send a link on the Deep Uncertainty report by the RAND Corporation. And when it's available, he'll also send out the Camp Delta Science Plan. Another item is, I think back in July of 2018, John Weens made a request for a presentation for the climate change vulnerability assessment. So from today, it seems like it'll be more worthwhile to try to schedule that earlier to see what the council is planning for the vulnerability assessment that could help inform addressing some of the recommendations from the DPIIC letter. And from Jessica Law, she will send around links to the Delta Stewardship Council blog on data to decision-making series that can also help with the DPIIC letter. So at the end of today, Jay will send a quick revised version of the DPIIC letter, and then he'll send it to me, and I would send it off to work group number 1. And this work group is for those who did not contribute to the DPIIC letter, who would make some and who will work on it and revise it, and then we'll send it back to the original work group who drafted the DPIIC letter to edit. And the idea is to have a draft in February to take action and vote on it, and then have it finalized after the February meeting, and then the DPIIC coordinator, Amanda Bull, can have it for her pre-meetings with the DPIIC agencies. So I think that part, I just want to make sure I documented that correctly. Jay?
I will have this to you before lunch,
Okay.
and you can reflect it out to everybody.
Okay.
Everybody on the science, all the science board members.
Okay, I'll correct that for the notes. And then the first work group will take the first stab at editing, and then we'll work from there. I think.
Anybody can edit.
Okay.
Yeah, both work groups will probably be
Yeah.
active. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that we're editing it to allow it to be distributed to a broader audience. Is that correct?
The letter is still targeted towards DPIIC, but we're editing it based on the overall discussion we had in today's meeting.
Some people think is good.
Yeah. It wasn't clear to me what the advice is. Maybe Edmund could clarify that when he sends out the letter.
Just from my interpretation of it, I think we'll probably send out like a little. I think what Steve wanted was to make sure like where the members who were not involved with drafting the DPIIC letter, for them to work on it a bit. And so I think the scope of what the revisions could be flexible, not necessarily. And then you guys will discuss it in February. Like if the work group who were not involved in the initial draft wants to go in a completely different direction, then that would be up for consideration. I'm not sure if I'm interpreting that properly, Steve.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we actually said completely different direction.
Or, sorry, I didn't know, but
But yeah, fresh ideas, whatever take they have on it would be great.
yeah, and that will be considered in the next draft that's up for public release. All right, so I'll try my best to capture that properly for our notes. All right, and then moving on to some of the reviews. For the ecosystems review, please continue to send literature to Katarina Penn for the annotated bibliography for this review. And also to start sending names for panelists for the second workshop to help inform the review. And the current target for this workshop is in March. And I don't think you guys have discussed a timeline for sending panelist names, but typically, even though this is a small-scale workshop, we normally need to at least have a scope and start sending out invitations at least 2 months before. So we're already a little behind schedule. So this, if you guys still want to aim for March, you guys probably have to decide within 2 weeks about the scope and who to invite. And moving on to the IEP review. The work group is still working on an internal draft of the review, but the idea is that between now and March, there's probably going to be a public version for discussion before the presentation to the IEP directors that the IEP review group is targeting. The IEP group will have to consider whether to provide some sort of pre-release courtesy copy. I think the answer is no, but they'll continue to look at it to the IEP directors before public release. For the water supply reliability workshop, we're waiting for the questionnaire responses to close on January 25th. Staff are helping to prepare the workshop summary. And then after that, the work group will synthesize and then consider next steps such as interviews. I'm sorry, going back to the IEP review, since John Weens left, his name actually did come up for a follow-up item in the context of the IEP review and helping to develop recommendations in the context of adaptive management. For the monitoring review, it'll be great if everyone can start blocking off their calendars for April 30th to May 1st for the data scoping workshop that is scheduled to happen. It's still subject to change, but it's great if you guys can just put that on hold. And we also have a very quick turnover. The first step for this review is that ESSA will start evaluating monitoring program reviews from other systems. And the work group needs to narrow down the 5 programs very quickly, and it will be great if you can provide a response by Monday if there are programs that are not discussed right now that you think needs to be considered. And I'll send out the list of the names that Vince mentioned today. All right, did I miss anything that should be captured for the notes?
Okay, thanks, Edmund. Move on to item 10, which is public comments for matters not on the agenda but within the subject jurisdiction of the DISB. And Deidre Desjardins? Desjardins. Okay, and your affiliation again?
California Water Research. I just wanted to put on the Delta ISB's radar screen. There has been a lot of discussion of seismic vulnerability of delta levees and risks to both water supply and in the event of an earthquake. But the biggest earthquake risk at this point to the State Water Project is San Luis Dam. And the Ortigalita Fault runs right under the dam embankment, and it's got about 5 times the slip rate of the Midland Fault that's in the Delta that could cause, large-scale levee failure. And San Luis is much, much closer to the San Andreas and Calaveras Hayward Fault than the levees in the Delta. Furthermore, San Luis, the embankments have major geotechnical issues and major known deficiencies. There was an incident decades ago in 1981 where a 1,100-foot section of the embankment slipped. They did a repair to reduce the factor of safety to 1.2. Every time the dam is full, it's a risk to over 200,000 people, I estimated. It would cause, it's the largest offstream dam in the U.S. It would cut a swath of destruction 10 miles wide, 80 miles long. And there's still no evaluation of what it would do once that wall of water hit the Delta, what it would do to Delta levees. In San Joaquin County alone, there's 165,000 people in the inundation path. What it could do to Clifton Court Forebay embankments, which are not even constructed to 200-year flood standards. Overtopping Clifton Court Forebay could wipe that out, and it could affect not only be a major disaster for people and structures that are flooded, but also for water supply for the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project. That's an absolutely key storage facility. So I sent to your DISB email list a blog post and a letter that a number of environmental groups signed on, and they're asking for that funding be prioritized for remediating this dam. It was scheduled to start in 2020, and the funding has not been identified, but it should be a high priority. one of these decades, there could be a really large earthquake there. It's a very seismically active area.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I think that concludes our meeting. We do want to remind everyone we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock with an exciting water quality workshop that'll be headed up by Liz. And so we're adjourned for now and reconvene at 1. Thanks for your attention.
All right, are we ready to get started? Okay, I'd like to start by welcoming you to our Delta ISB Delta Science Program workshop. And the purpose of the workshop today is to discuss steps toward implementing recommendations that were made in the Delta ISB's water quality review. So before we get started, I wanted to run through a few logistics. For those of you that are looking for restrooms, there are keys outside of this conference room, and the restrooms are actually down the hall and to your right. I also wanted to mention that there will be an opportunity to hear from all participants as well as members of the public who are attending the workshop today. And because this is not an official meeting of the Delta ISB, but a workshop, we don't require that blue slips be used for members of the public who want to speak to us. I do want to mention that some of the participants or some of the meeting participants are on the phone. So if you do make public comments, please take the time to introduce yourself and your affiliation so that everyone knows who's speaking. So I'm Liz Canuel, and I'm chair-elect of the Delta Independent Science Board. And I wanted to start by just giving a brief PowerPoint, which I thought would help to give some context for the review and the recommendations that we made. All right. Okay. Let's see. So first of all, I just want to run through the agenda that we'll be following today. And the workshop really has two parts. Part one will be to offer some background information from the Delta ISB about the process that was used in the review, the findings, and the recommendations. We'll then have some words from our co-sponsor of the workshop, the Delta Science Program. So John Calloway will give some perspectives on the review and some of the actions that the Delta Science Program is taking. We'll also hear from Jessica Law, who will present on behalf of the Delta Stewardship Council. And then we also have a presentation by Gary Darling at the Department of Water Resources, who's going to speak to efforts to implement Assembly Bill 1755, which is the Open and Transparent Water Act. Then we'll take a short break, and at that time, we'll have our panel discussion. The panel discussion will begin by brief presentations from each member of the panel. We've provided them with some guiding questions that we'll ask them to speak to, and then we'll have the opportunity for questions from the Delta ISB as well as questions from the public. Let's see. So first of all, just a few words about the approach that we used. I wanted to emphasize that as part of this review, we gathered information from a variety of sources. So our review consisted of reviewing the recent publications on the topic of water quality in the Delta, responses to a questionnaire that was distributed to a range of agencies. We also conducted in-person interviews with individuals involved in different aspects of water quality. We received comments on the draft of our review and considered those in developing the final product. And then we also gathered information from relevant meetings, workshops, and conference talks. So briefly, our main findings were first that water quality data currently collected within the Delta may be insufficient to optimally support management decisions and policies. Secondly, we found that adaptive management was rarely built into water quality programs in the Delta. Item 3 from our findings, water quality too rarely entered into discussions about water supply and reliability. And then 4, most funding supported specific compliance needs, and that more resources were needed and better responsibilities across the agencies in the Delta in order to support coordinated and integrated water monitoring and science efforts. So now what I'll do is I'll just walk through our recommendations. The first recommendation related to the need for a better shared understanding of water quality in the Delta, and specifically we recommended that the development and use of numerical and conceptual models of water quality could be helpful in this regard. Secondly, that management of chemicals of emerging concern and nutrients required additional research as well as better coordination across programs and agencies. Third, that there is a need for more holistic studies that combined, for example, toxicity testing and chemical analyses with biological studies and monitoring. And this recommendation also touched on groundwater, that water quality of groundwater used for drinking purposes was also of concern and required more attention and study. Fourth, we found that there was a need for improved understanding of interactions between chemical contaminants and other stressors, as well as the interactive effects of multiple chemicals on the ecosystem. 5, we recommended increased research on the effects of nutrients on the Delta's food web and on the growth of aquatic weeds. 6, we recommended a comprehensive Delta-wide program for monitoring and assessing contaminants. And we also recommended attention to the types of contaminants that were monitored and greater temporal and spatial coverage of the measurements. 7, we recommended greater collaboration to link the compliance monitoring with research. And we also recommended co-location of biological and water quality sampling and study locations. 8th, our recommendation was to increase research on spatial and temporal variability in the Delta, particularly as it relates to contaminant delivery, and also an emphasis on the role of key events, such as the first flush, flood events, and tides. Recommendation 9 was that the California Water Quality Monitoring Council needed sufficient resources and authority to be more effective. And 10, that we recommended improved quality assurance and quality control are needed in data management, along with better visualization tools and data sharing resources. And I just wanted to mention that there is a summary sheet that outlines these findings and recommendations. So what I'd like to do now is turn the microphone over to Vince Resch, who's also part of the Water Quality Work Group, and he's going to speak specifically about Recommendation 7, which relates to better collaboration and coordination across the groups that are doing monitoring in the Delta.
Thank you, Liz. Well, for those of you that were counting, if you can see that half of the recommendations deal with monitoring. And this is not just this report. When we were dealing with adaptive management, when we were dealing with restoration, efficient flows, this came up over and over again. And this is what prompted the Delta ISB to do a review of monitoring in the context of the big program that IEP is running, but actually even in a broader context of the monitoring enterprise that's being conducted in the Delta. So in terms of number 7 about collaboration, and this is one of the big issues that we are dealing with in these two reviews. And as you can, you know, the IEP does so much of the monitoring that there is a lot of co-occurrence of themes in both of these reviews. Just to give you updates, the IEP we have in review we have in draft form, and in terms of the monitoring enterprise review, we have hired a consultant, ESSA, out of Vancouver, who will be compiling an inventory of monitoring activities and associated analyses with those. So please, you'll be getting a lot of information about a scoping workshop that will be held in terms of looking at monitoring in the Delta, and we hope that we'll get a big response from you and participation in that regard. So I'll now turn it over to Tracy, who will discuss a variety of other aspects before we actually go into the presentations.
So I get to discuss a variety of other aspects?
I hope so.
Well, that's more than I thought. Okay, I can go on a long time. Now I'm going to talk about a little bit of the genesis for this workshop. So as the ISB as we've evolved and tried to be more and more effective, one of the things we've realized is we need to do better at outreach and helping the dissemination of our reports, and especially our recommendations. So we got this review finalized in about mid-July last summer, and then on July 26th, we presented to the Delta Stewardship Council our report, and the way we structured the report was we gave a finding, and then we gave a recommendation specific to that finding. And you've just seen all the recommendations that Liz has gone through. That resonated really well with the council, and Chair Fiorini in particular said, I really like this because you give us a finding and then you give us some suggestions as to what to do about it. Some of our suggestions are a little bit amorphous, like we need more funding, we need more research, but there's other things that are fairly specific. So Randy then went to the council staff, and in particular to John Calloway, who I'll introduce in a minute, and said, I would like you folks to take these recommendations and see what we can do about them. Let's just not leave the recommendations sitting on a shelf. Let's talk about the recommendations, and let's see if we can come up with actions to help at least begin or achieve implementation of the recommendations. So that's where this workshop is coming from. We've also had outreach to a couple of scientific societies. We talked to the Bay Delta Science Conference in September. We also talked to the North America CTAC, Environmental Toxicology and Chemistry Conference that was in Sacramento in November. And each time that we gave the presentation and we told them that the charge had been given to the science program to actually start to investigate implementation of the recommendations, people were really jazzed about that. They liked that idea. So now the rubber's about to hit the road, and we're going to see what comes out of this workshop in terms of what can we do more specifically. So John, make it happen. So Dr. John Calloway, the lead scientist for the Delta Science Program.
And you did talk about a variety of things.
I did.
Great. Thank you, Tracy.
You bet.
Thank you, Liz and Vince. So as Tracy said, this really grew directly out of the council meeting in July. Randy Fiorini was so impressed, not just with the recommendations, but with the structure, the way that you guys presented your report, that since then the only way he'll look at reports is findings. What are the findings and what are the recommendations, and are they linked, and is there really strong support? And so clearly this report got a lot of traction, and as Tracy said, the staff at the science program spent some time thinking about, trying to prioritize some of these issues and identify them. I think what we felt was would be both the ISB and the staff. We got together, the subcommittee, myself and Edmund, and we talked about this workshop, a workshop like this, bringing in the experts who gave input on the actual report to follow up and give us some feedback would be a really useful way to prioritize and identify those priorities. So I want to turn it over briefly to Jessica Law as well, so she can talk some about the council itself.
Sure, thank you. So just quickly on the Delta plan. So within the Delta plan, there is a chapter on water quality. We are currently reviewing, doing a 5-year review of the Delta plan, and haven't scheduled any updates to chapters going forward yet, but as a part of that process of the 5-year review of the Delta plan, we're really looking at what is best available science. These recommendations come at a really good time for us to incorporate and have them in the process of, the whole 5-year review of the plan. One of the important aspects of the 5-year review is looking at some of the administrative performance measures. So in the plan, the administrative performance measures are really associated with how other agencies that are on the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee, or other agencies that work in the Delta, how those agencies, both through their policies, their programs, and their own regulations, can help support the long-range vision that's in the Delta plan. And so I think one thing that's really important for the discussion today is to hear both, from the other state and federal agencies that are working in the system about where they have existing programs, policies, regulations that would help support some of these recommendations. And so I think that's one thing that we're going to be listening for. And then just in terms of land use and how land use connects to these recommendations, whether that's a part of a conceptual model or, moving forward, if that's an aspect that we can consider as a part of the Delta plan. The Delta plan does take a really broad purview of land uses in the Delta. So just one other consideration, but very much looking forward to the discussion today, and just feedback overall from the community on this. Thank you.
So Jessica provided some of the issues from the council's perspective. From the science program perspective, specifically, there's definitely linkages, but from this report to the update to the Delta Science Plan. So there are water quality issues that are addressed in the Delta Science Plan, and so some of the input that and the recommendations that you provided have given us some more specific guidance on how we might improve the update to the Delta Science Plan. In addition to that, not immediately, but in the coming years, there will be an update to the Science Action Agenda, and clearly some of these issues that you've identified will help us to prioritize and identify gaps in research areas that will be useful in updating the Science Action Agenda. Similarly, for the Science Fellows Program for the current PSN, this input will give us some guidance in terms of prioritizing efforts and where we might direct funding for specific efforts, whether it's monitoring or modeling or other efforts around water quality. And then also, the science program and the stewardship council support the Operation Baseline effort that I'm sure we'll hear some about today. And so there's many opportunities with the upgrade to the wastewater treatment plant and other activities around nutrient efforts where there's clearly some strong linkages between the report and those activities. So those are some of the specific areas where the science program and the stewardship council really feel like there's opportunities to identify priorities. So with that, I think we will move to our presentation. So our first presentation will be by Gary Darling from the Department of Water Resources. So Gary, if you want to come up. And Gary is at DWR and has been integrally involved in AB 1755 that you've already heard about. And you heard that multiple, in addition to the focus on monitoring within the recommendations, I think another key aspect is data issues and data management. So we thought that it would be very useful to hear from Gary and get an update on AB 1755. As I said, Gary's been integrally involved in that. He's the co-chair of the data committee for the California Water Quality Monitoring Council and has been involved with all kinds of data efforts at the Resources Agency as well as at DWR for GIS, all things data. So I'll turn it over to Gary, and you can give us an overview, and then there'll be an opportunity for questions from the board and from the public for Gary.
Great, thank you. First, I want to apologize. My instruction was to turn my nameplate around and then turn my back on all of you. I don't want to make a lot of enemies. I apologize for that part, but I'll be speaking with my back turned to you. Could we bring up the slides? Right. AB 1755, which is now Chapter 503 in the Water Code, the Open and Transparent Water Data Act, has really made some big changes in the way that we handle data within water resources, within the Water Resources Control Board, and I think will ultimately make a big difference statewide. Let me touch. The bill is really oriented toward publication at a lot of levels, but though we usually spend a lot of time talking about open data and what it is, I'm going to divert a little bit today and suggest that folk read a book, because there's an excellent piece of literature out there. This governor did a 284-page IT manifesto coming in, and it's called Citizenville. And you know, I because of the election, we didn't say it to anyone, but that book is excellent. It's well written, it's insightful, and I'm really happy to see it out there. So I recommend it's worth the $8 on iTunes or Amazon and going in and delving into that. A lot of what's in AB 1755 seems to have been foreseen by this book, so I think that's good news for everyone in this room. Our implementation partners are, of course, the water boards, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, the California Water Quality Monitoring Council. This is all within the legislation, but then we brought in also the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, which has been very helpful to us, the Natural Resources Agency, Government Operations, which is kind of the IT main arm of the state, the Delta Stewardship Council, and we brought in a lot of the research sector. From day one, the research sector has been key to us, and we've tried to listen and take their advice straight through. We had things we were mandated to do, a strategic plan, a protocols report, but again, we worked back into academia a bit and asked their advice, and one thing they brought to us is that we should think about what problem are we trying to solve, and that was done through a series of use cases that we've documented throughout. And then we came up with something called the Open Water Information Architecture. This was primarily done by the San Diego Supercomputer Center with some help from the National Science Foundation Big Data Hub. And that gave us kind of a map that we've used as we move forward with the bill. If you go to the AB 1755 page within Water Resources, you'll find the data for water decision making, which we did in conjunction with CLE at Berkeley Law. And a few department authors, and you'll also find the Open Water Information Architecture on that page. We had to come up with a strategic plan. Briefly, the goal is data are sufficient, that they're accessible, they're useful, and that data is used. We looked at a typical data life cycle, and I think, again, I'm not going to touch that. This is pretty normal IT stuff, but looking at things end to end, from how you gather the data to how it's used and visualized and analyzed throughout. One piece that came up is that we don't have a good governance structure for water data in California. The Water Quality Monitoring Council was a good first step, but it was restricted to water quality monitoring, and a lot of data deals with other pieces. There's geospatial from geodetic control, lots of other facets to water resources. So we had to come up with a governance structure for all of this, and the governor's office came up with a Water Data Council, and it's just tasked with coming up with a long-term governance structure for water data. But what we came up with, working with academia, is this triangle structure, where on the top you have some sort of steering committee, which right now is the partner agency team for AB 1755, a technical committee, which we modeled on the Internet Engineering Task Force, IETF, and that has the notion that if a group like this one has some energy to come up with a standard, you could form your own working group. It has to pass through the full triangle of stakeholders, other technicians, and the steering committee, but it gives you the ability to come up with a standard and sell it as something that California will officially promote. So we're trying to open this process up so that everyone can participate in standards. And by the way, that council will be meeting in Orange County on Wednesday. If anyone's interested, I can give you that information. Okay. Okay, and we came up with an initial protocols report, and I think this is pedestrian. I'm not going to touch it here. You guys are beyond this. The bill has us take on protocols: data sharing, documentation of data, quality control, which is a big thing to us. Getting QA/QC straight for us also is a big thing. We like to get data quality better. Public access for information. We're mandated to promote open source platforms, which I think is a great idea, and then promote decision support tools. And so the kind of work I think that, Jay, you were looking at of interoperability for models is I think, right in the interpretation of how we would look at this. The open water information architecture is really popular with technical people and really a turnoff to those who aren't. So we're probably going to have to rewrite this in a less condensed, more accessible format. But it's a really good, strongly thought out, strongly logicked, what the water data process should be end to end, and it's really focusing at some basic science principles. The first and most important of us, reproducibility. If you run the same set of models again, you get the same answer, which is a little trickier than it looks, and it takes a lot of thought if you're using something like web services and you're constantly changing your data sets. A part that I think this group might focus on is the idea that we're going to come up with standard operating procedures. That would be how you gather a certain kind of data. For this group, it might be, how do you calibrate the sensors so that they're all calibrated the same, so that the sensor data gives you the same answer, and then how do you perform the QA/QC? And every community has a different set of standard operating procedures that they're going to need to come up with. And let's face it, it's going to take a lot of years for us to come up with standard operating procedures for all the different facets of water data. So as a need for standards comes up, we're trying to open up the process so we can get the whole community together, talk about how that different classes of data have to be gathered and handled, and then let us proceed kind of opportunistically as needs produce. One notion we're coming up with sooner or later is test beds. The idea that we need some kind of platform to validate protocols, and it's really hard to use someone else's infrastructure. We're trying to come up with a model of a shared infrastructure so we don't have things like the IT group setting up firewalls and not letting the researchers in. So some of the key partners have been, of course, the San Diego Supercomputer Center. Lawrence Berkeley Labs has been a really major helpful group. And I'm expecting other universities to chime in. And we want to allow them to use their infrastructure to federate what they're doing with what we're doing so that we don't create artificial constraints. And we want to test that federation with other sites. One of the first things we did is took the open data platform that runs in GovOps and mixed that with the open data platform in the resources agency, and then we made up a third platform in academia so we could test federation. But our goal is to federate things rather than form one giant central site for everything. We've implemented everything interagency to produce opportunities for everyone to chime in and to publish data. Toward that, we have a number of groups, a number of projects that we've come up with. Data inventory is going to be a big one. We're going to try to inventory everything, at least within the partner agencies, but we'd like to extend that up more broadly so that we have a clean data inventory, protocols for publication, interoperability test beds, and we've run a number of data challenges where different groups can kind of compete for good ideas and how things could be done in data, again, to open up the system more. The portals are federated and interoperable now. There are two of them, the data.ca.gov portal and data.cnra.ca.gov. But again, we'd like to federate with more groups if they're willing to come online. Finally, the state hosted portals will help us develop tools to address the business needs so that we can come up with discovering our data, making our data interoperable so that we can all use it, and coming up with better visualization right in line with the recommendations apparently you've come up with. And with that, any questions that the group has?
Great questions, yes.
Is there a requirement that data be entered into this within a certain amount of time or anything like that?
No, not at this point.
All voluntary?
It's all voluntary, and I don't see that changing anytime soon. We're very much trying to come up with voluntary standards and keep this cooperative, and because there isn't some central site that makes money for having data, I don't think there'll be that push to force people into putting data online.
So this is essentially to make things easier for the Water Quality Monitoring Council in terms of portals and things like that. It's not to increase the amount of information.
Oh, we'd love to increase the amount of information, but that's best done by making it easier.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks for filling us in and giving us updates on the process. So I'm curious about parallels with what other agencies have done in terms of making data, I guess, developing data repositories and both storing and making data available to the public. And I'm curious about whether you consulted models from other agencies or are trying to, I guess, build something that will be able to connect with those agencies. So I'm thinking, for example, in the Ocean Sciences program at National Science Foundation, we have there's a requirement that data from all funded projects be placed in a repository, which is called BECO-DEMO, which is housed at the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution. So that's one model. And then I also know that the NEARS program, which is operated by NOAA, the LTER program, which is another NSF. Anyway, there's a lot of other models, and so I'm wondering, are you developing a product de novo, or are you using some of these other models and even thinking about ways this portal could connect with those models?
Yeah, there's a couple of levels there. One is, how do we federate with those different sites? Something like LTER, how do we present the LTER data so that people can discover it through our system? That's one class of trickiness in that you can't really present the user with everything, so that's sort of an interface issue. I think the deeper thing that has been a concern, at least for me, is this notion that we don't have a clean data archive. We've lost a lot of data in the state. What happens is you just have all these IT projects that come through, centralize everything. Sometimes they fail. If one fails every 5 years, you pretty much lose everything. You don't have a clean data stream. And I think it's important that we come up with some sort of even interstate repository that's kind of inaccessible to the different governors that are coming in, because in talking to peers in other states, almost every state has this problem that a governor comes in, listens to a sales pitch, orders everyone to buy that product, things don't work out too well, and then we have to start over with data. So it'd be good if we had a repository, and yeah, we're talking to the different repository groups, the ESS dive folk who are quasi-connected to the LTER, Lawrence Berkeley Labs, and NC's out of Santa Barbara is a group that we're really working quite closely with. If you're looking at something we might emulate, it would be closest to being that. There are some other NSF projects, but their funding is waning where the ESS dive is just beginning. So we'll do something separate, probably something interstate, and we've already built an interstate repository for use cases. Private philanthropy looked at this use case approach that we came up with with Berkeley CLE and directed Texas to do use cases in the same format. Texas put them up, and now you're starting to see us look at our use cases interstate, and you can actually select a data set and see if different states are using it, which is great for the feds who need to have some positive reinforcement for the data they gather.
Tracy?
Thanks very much, Gary. So you had a certain amount of collaboration in terms of how this was set up and working with multiple groups and agencies. I'm curious more and maybe we'll hear from some of the panelists a little later on, but what's your sense as to how well received this process is? Is it, are people, do they welcome it? Do they see it as yet another requirement that, like you say, things come and go all the time? I'm just curious. That's always an issue with a new approach. And so how would you characterize, do most people think it's going to work for them? Or are people still out, is the jury still out?
There's a really large variance in how people feel about it. I think it's safe to say that almost every organization fears its own IT group. And when we have problems with groups, it's usually they've read us as being IT, where this is much more being driven from the data side. Particularly within the state government, we have problems with that in that under Secretary Takai, Schwarzenegger's office signed an executive order that says when you reach a certain point, you have to work for IT. And that what that's done over time, because Jerry Brown signed off on the same order, is we ended up in a position where the data side slowly started losing staff, and now the real power in IT is in the folk who want to do the plumbing, the networks and the servers, and the responsibility for data really isn't anywhere right now. And that's made it difficult, and I think a lot of us are making the point that we need to reverse that to a certain extent and start to think about why we gather data, how that data is used, the value of that data. And if I was to characterize our group, we're much more in that camp, though we've been able to, I think, keep good relations with at least our IT internally within DWR.
What do you see as a realistic time frame at which you would have everybody's had the opportunity to participate and to utilize the portal to store their data and to access and to visualize their data? How long would you think it'll take until you know whether or not this is what you'd characterize as a successful effort in terms of getting the buy-in and getting people to really start using it? Because I've seen data efforts take years to work out some of the details. This one sounds much faster track, and I think it's, from my perspective, this is a much more enlightened view and a better view of a way to deal with this than I've seen in many, many of my previous government positions. I'm just curious what your perspective is on the length of time, how you folks will decide, is there a way by which you will, I hate to use the term performance measures, but are there performance measures to whether or not this whole approach is going to be working or not?
Well, we talk a lot about metrics, and do you measure us by how many data sets are online? That's sort of antithetical to a lot of the data people in that they want to talk about the quality and whether you have relevant stuff online. Honestly, there was a lot of time put into a program. The oldest state website anywhere was a program called Series. It started many years ago and ran for just under 20 years, but was shut down at the beginning of the Brown administration, and then they kind of reversed course and reset another open data platform. Those same staff came up extremely quickly because they had been running a system for some years for environmental data. So the platform came up really quickly, and data's online, and the data.ca.gov portal has come online. This really wasn't a hard thing to do. It takes a lot of relationships, and yes, it doesn't end, and that you have to have a long-term repository, and you have to keep relationships with all the groups, but there's not going to be any lag at all. It's already up and running, and I think relatively well received for those who've used it.
Other questions? Jay?
We had a very interesting discussion this morning on the management of systems that are undergoing rapid, even accelerating change, in this case due to climate change. But we have another example here of accelerating change and rapid changes in technology that are often, they sometimes change the fundamentals of the problems that we're dealing with, as you know all this stuff well. It's just an immense difficulty, and as Tracy's pointed out, everybody has this problem. I have this problem at home. I have this problem with my phone even. It just seems to me we will have this problem no matter how successful these efforts are. We will still have this problem, and it will always be changing. I'm gratified to see that you're having so much success with this. At least so far it appears. This has turned out better, as Tracy said, than many other government efforts to organize people, to organize data.
I have academia to thank for that. I think there was some sheer terror when the bill came out and academia suddenly saw the state setting a bunch of standards that they would have to follow for funding, and I think just the fear factor drove them to help us make certain that this didn't become the nightmare that it could have. And I think it's been a really healthy relationship, and just being open and talking and taking the advice that we're getting, I think it's been working for us.
My long-term worry, and I'm sure this is something you bear in mind every day, is that these technologies will continue to change. The softwares will continue to change. The expectations of standards, expectations for standards will continue to change. The problems underlying the collection of data will continue to change. And so the governance turns out to be quite important. And how do you develop the governance to, in a stable way, attract the funding you need to do this, and keep the organization and the right people in the right place, as you've pointed out, to keep this going and have it continue to adapt to this changing problem and changing technology. So no matter how good of a job, everybody will not like what you've done. But you have the satisfaction of knowing that people would have liked the alternatives worse. So I thank you for your efforts in this. I'm glad to see it moving along well.
You know, on the technology, I'm really not worried about the change. I'm welcoming the change. Setting this up all along the governance structure that the Internet Engineering Task Force came up with, I think is brilliant. In fact, we took the Harvard document that was written way back from when the Internet started, and pretty much I handed it to my son, who's an undergraduate, and said, edit this for environment, and it is literally an edit of that. It is the IETF structure, and it has the notion you're going to sunset stuff. Yeah.
Joe, did you have a question?
Thank you for getting these things organized. And also another good example will be the Environmental Observing Laboratory at National Center for Atmospheric Research. Every project going through NSF funds, several directorates, it goes to, you have obligation to give all the data or deposit all the data to EOL. So from 1980s, all these data are still there. I mean, you can just go and open up the data structure, all metadata, all nicely arranged, and terabytes of data, you can go and get it. Even now, they allow, if you pay, other people's data to be deposited in this repository called EOL. So it is very good that you are starting this other organization, other way of organizing. But maybe you might want to have a look at that too, the EOL data structure, because it has been there for a long time now.
I think you're right. One detail of what we've been trying to think through, Lawrence Berkeley Labs came up with this idea of Jupyter notebooks, where you could essentially encapsulate the model and the data and put it all together in one thing. And there's been some talk of, well, if you make a legal determination, then you should set up a Jupyter notebook that has all of the data that had gone into that determination, and that goes into an archiving structure. And then the hardest data, in a lot of senses, is the remote sensing stuff, just because it's so large. And we were able to talk, past administration into writing a letter to NASA in Washington, and we're going to have some of the Earth observation data system, EOS-DIS, come out and help us a little bit with some of the harder components of handling ultra-large data, and I hope the state doesn't get too much into that would be at some level better handled by the federal or the NSF structures.
Continuation is the most important. As you said, the administration changed, but these things will be almost permanent, so that will be the nice thing.
Tracy, you had a question?
Yeah, just, Vince, I was going to ask you, so I should remember, but when we have talked with ESSA and for the MER, how aware are they of AB 1755 and the big effort? And because that's obviously when they have their data discovery workshop at the end of April and the first day of May, this is going to be a really critical part of that discussion.
Yes, and I don't know if George is still here, but I was speaking to him earlier about making sure that the work that the Science Board is doing, the work that the Science Board is doing on creating these issues for data management, that ESSA's platform fits into them, and also with this. They are aware of it because it was mentioned in the proposal. So, again, this is the monitoring enterprise review that I spoke about. The inventory that will be put together for that will fit very well into this.
Yeah, and I'd love to work with you on inventory. We're pretty actively working on templates and how we set up the inventory structure so that it becomes a long-term data catalog and stays fresh.
Yeah. Well, George is confident that the science program will be able to host this inventory, so it's not just useful for this year, but it's able to be used in the long time. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? So I had one question, Gary. So you talked a lot about, making sure that the data is archived in there, but what about access and ensuring that it's easy to find and so that's and accessible? And is there a way to track how often the data sets are used or accessed so that you can identify which the high quality or relevant ones are?
Yeah, data discovery is a hard problem, and we're trying to pay as much attention to it as we can, while maintaining interoperability with all these different, NSF things, and we're going to be fighting that battle forever because it's technically difficult. But yeah, relevancy in search is something that we're concerned about, and we'll try to do what we can. So I think we'll be able to solve that. And in terms of archiving, we have the cost issue, and it's never really been a priority for any administration to think about that archived. I spent years, my office used to be in the state library because we kept trying to bring them along for the archiving issue, and we've never really been able to get there. I guess I'd suggest that archiving is really kind of a cheap thing, especially if you do something like look at some of the Amazon glacier services where it's nearline. You might have to wait for a while for the robot to spin up the tape, but it doesn't cost much at all to have something sitting on the Amazon glacier waiting for being tabbed. And because those costs are so low, I keep suggesting we need a budget change proposal to fund that as a continuing annuity, and we've looked at either doing that through Western States Water Council or working with the UC Office of the President, which has a pretty sophisticated digital library structure.
Yes. Liz?
Actually, this might relate to how you finish, but I just wanted to follow up and ask, are there data products that evolve? So in other words, if a scientist posts their data, do they get a DOI, for example, or is there some type of product that they can be credited with for the data that they provide?
Yeah, this digital object identifier is something we've been thinking about a lot. We were waiting for the new administration before we put an initiative out there because it makes sense for the state to license DOIs at a state level, and it will cost some money. There's also been some movement away from DOIs in the university library system. They're looking at different kinds of identifiers. So I consider DOIs to be a very important thing and something we have to think through, but it's something we want to broach early in the next administration to say, how do we set up our archive structure? Will we have DOIs? Will we require DOIs? And when we ever require something, I get that other trade-off of, I've required something now. So it'll be a discussion, I hope, early in the administration.
Tracy, did you have a question?
It sounds like you're really taking that into account, but I mean, that's one of the crucial things with asking people to use a data portal system is if there can be some identifier so they get appropriate credit. I mean, you know that, and so I'm just reiterating that, though, that you probably can't say that often enough and too loudly, because people will really, that's a really big deal for getting good buy-ins.
I'll add for the current solicitation for proposals that the science program and CDFW have put out, there's a requirement for a data management plan, so that there's not a specific requirement for a particular portal, but a requirement that there is some data management plan that actually is built on the IEP's effort for data management, and that CDFW is going to be using in all their future proposals. So there'll be some requirement that is relatively new for the state, although like NSF has had that for a long time, and it's new for the state to have.
To follow up on John's question, which is similar to the one I asked in the beginning, one of the things in our reviews we regularly hear is that there needs to be a requirement for data to be available. And you know, I understand what you said in the beginning, that it's very hard to have a carrot and a stick for that. But I mean, do you have any ideas about how this can be better? I mean, certainly the National Science Foundation has come up with a solution. You do it, or it counts against you when you apply for a grant in the future.
Yeah, we've been talking and thinking about this issue. Again, you've got this trade-off. If you require something, now you're forcing groups to do something, and you may not have the leverage. NSF can easily say, hey, we're not going to fund you unless you do this. It's a little harder for the state to do it. I guess presumably the bill would allow us to do that, but I don't see us making a hard requirement through AB 1755. Conversely, within our own organizations, we are coming up with policy documents that are going to require things be online. But it's not just that you publish it, we're actually looking at policies for each phase of the data life cycle. So we're saying, okay, you will have a QA/QC loop and standard operating procedures for how data moves on to the next stage of the life cycle. But that's something that we'll do internally within our agency, not something that we would force others into.
And I'm sure we'll come back to you for suggestions as we do this monitoring enterprise review. Thank you, Gary.
Any other questions from the board, or any questions from the public?
Any comments from the users?
Yeah.
I just had one comment that in 2009, the modeling community sent a letter to the Independent Science Board's predecessor, the Bay Delta Science Authority, and they had a number of requests about modeling, and one of them was to create a custodian for models and documentation. And it appeared never to have been followed up on, and I think this is a commendable effort. But it's been a long-standing need.
It came up in a meeting this morning, that the notion that someone has to curate all of this stuff, and whether some budget is to be allocated to that, something that will be a decision of the new administration. But we're very much aware of it.
Yeah, and there is the Integrated Modeling Steering Committee. We actually, and the science program just hired a contractor to put together a modeling inventory that also will identify best practices for modeling that I think will make some recommendations along those lines.
That's some good work.
Any other questions? Okay, I think we're a few minutes ahead of schedule, but should we take a break? There's a break scheduled at 2. Okay, so we'll take a break and be back at 2:10 to start with the panel at 2:10. Thank you very much, Gary.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back to the second part of today's workshop. So in this segment, we will have a panel discussion, again, focusing on implementation of the recommendations from the Delta ISB's review of water quality in the Delta. Just to go over the logistics, so we've asked each of the panelists to speak for about 7 minutes. And we ask each of you to begin your presentation by introducing yourself and the agency that you are representing. And we've provided the panelists with some guiding questions, again, touching on the recommendations themselves, the feasibility of their implementation, and any potential things that need to be put in place to aid in the implementation of our recommendations. So today we have 6 panelists: Brian Bergamaschi, Janice Cook, Lisa Thompson, Linda Smith, and Stephanie Fong. And we'll start with Brian.
Thanks. There's a slide, if you want to pull it up, for what it's worth. What it shows is really the prompts that Liz mentioned that we panelists received to frame our discussions around. I think one of the first things you'll see is that I don't follow directions very well. But if you don't know me, I'm an oceanographer. I'm an aquatic biogeochemist with biogeochemistry, generally connoting the idea of the study of interrelationships between physical, biological, and geological factors all at once, looking at the system holistically, not through the lens of a single constituent or a single process. Myself and my group specialize in developing approaches for making quantitative rate measurements in aquatic systems of biological or biogeochemical processes, including chemical transformation rates, nutrient cycling, dissolved organic carbon production, methylmercury. I've worked in drinking water issues, disinfection byproduct formation, etc., over about 20 years working in the Delta. I am here as a private citizen today. Vince recommended I wear a bag over my head, which I don't know what he was trying to say with that, but I would hopefully to protect my anonymity in this, but I don't think that's necessary. I'm sorry? My agency, you should know, has no regulatory role. I am part of a research group that conducts specific proposal-driven studies to answer specific scientific questions. So our production and use of data is a little bit different than you might think, being a government organization. We have no mandate or appropriated funding to conduct these enterprises. And for studies within the Delta or monitoring with the Delta, everything we do is proposal-driven. And the way we're going to use the results of this review is to help us shape and improve our proposals, and that's how we're going to do it. So first off, in commenting on the review, I would like to say, when reading it, it occurred to me that that in many respects, this defines a thankless task. A review like this, in that if you dive down into the people who get into the nitty-gritty of conducting water quality studies in the Delta, I expect that everybody will find that you're wrong in some way or other in this review. I think this is a great review in that it gets the discussion started. It's a necessary review, and I'm very happy you invited me to be on this panel, and thank you very much. So I realize as I come to things like this that as a researcher, I live in a pretty small bubble of how things really work in the real world, and there's a lot that I learned from reading this review, so thank you for that. So I'm going to start with my general thoughts on what I really liked about the review. There was a great deal to like about the review. I was very happy to see that the ISB recognized the fact that the hydrodynamics in the Delta is the dominant driver of variation, and that they recommend orient sampling to address this fact by sampling on a geospatial framework aligned with flow monitoring and our understanding of flow within the Delta. And along these same lines, I was glad to see that the ISB recommended a more careful attention to ensure that the frequency of our sampling for water quality is aligned with the timescales of variation. This is an important issue about trend detection if we're trying to understand trends, or the effects of management processes, or of natural phenomenon. I liked that the ISB highlighted that we would get more out of our water quality studies if we did them in a cross-disciplinary fashion. We tend to be very stovepiped in terms of our scientific disciplines, in terms of our agencies, and in terms of the constituents that we monitor or measure, and that we've certainly found that these cross-disciplinary efforts are far more fruitful in terms of our understanding of what's going on. And I really liked the focus on data management and data visualization. These are key areas. I mean, this have been frustrations for me. I think for a lot of us that do research in the Delta is access to data is an impediment. It's really an important thing. I think it's one of the low-hanging fruit that we could certainly address to improve the information we get for the current efforts and the historic efforts in water quality measurements. But I don't think that goes far enough, and I'll get to that in a second. And then I also really liked that from the outset of their findings and recommendations that the ISB recognized that water quality is determined by a wide range of physical, chemical, and biological processes, and from fluid dynamics to landscape processes to atmospheric processes, radiation. It's neither one thing, nor is it governed by one physical or chemical or source-related process, and we should study it that way. And I think those were great strengths of the review. So having said that, I want to make a few comments on where I think the water quality review didn't go far enough, things that bear mentioning perhaps in the conversations that we carry forward. It is not intended as a criticism, but just as a contribution to the future discussions. A lot of the review, I think, looked at our efforts in the rearview mirror and that what we were doing historically, and following the conversation from this morning, maybe we need to look a little further ahead down the road and review what might be possible 5 or 10 years down the road in terms of water quality. Many of my suggestions here are in that vein, although one I think is one that we're far overdue on. I'll get to that last. So the idea that we need better data management structure is, I mean, that's absolutely sure. I think what the review could do is articulate a vision for data use that goes far beyond data management and visualization. Data management, the USGS has got a great high-tech, brand-new, cloud-based, Amazon Web Service-generated data management system where lots of great data go to die. And that is not a sufficient endpoint for data. What we want is we want the ability to access that data, to make greatest use of that data. I think is we need to put the data in a playground, in an analytical playground, where people can use it for exploration. And there are tools for this that the financial and retail communities are using that are available, and I think we ought to look at adopting some of those. If you don't know what I'm talking about, let me know. I'll definitely give you a few links. You're dreaming. I think instead of parameters, this is a review that focuses specifically on parameters, and I don't think we should look at things in terms of parameters. I think we need to look at things in terms that we want, in the terms in which we want to understand the system, which is the rates and processes that we seek to inform through our water quality measurements. We can do this now in real time with real-time data. We can calculate rates of nutrient turnover. We can calculate rates of production. We just don't currently do that. It's going to give us better windows in what's going on and a more sensitive indicator of changes to our aquatic ecosystems. I think that it's missed the mark in trying to understand what the future of water quality measurement is in terms of integrated monitoring systems that take everything from from remote sensing data and dynamic models and pulls them all together in an integrated framework to deliver real-time or near real-time assessments that would be useful for understanding our system. It isn't pie in the sky. I'm involved with some projects that are doing it now. We're also missing, I think, where the technology of water quality sensing is going. We're in the middle of a revolution of water quality sensing, and I think that review of what is coming over the horizon in terms of the sensors and measurements available and what we can learn from them would make a great addition. And so, finally, don't look at me like that, Liz. This is the last. The final thing is, I think, is something we haven't done that we really need to do, is we need to pay more attention to the comparability of our water quality measurements that we do make as a community, because all different agencies and different research groups are making that. And we don't pay attention to whether my chlorophyll data is the same as Janice's chlorophyll data. Well, actually, we do it because the RMP program is funding a chlorophyll intercalibration to try to get at exactly this issue, but we need to pay much more attention to that. My strongest recommendation would be that we set up an office, in the science program that oversees quality assurance and makes sure that we do a better job of doing the fundamental measurements, and that we publish them when we put them into these data warehouses. They're of known quality, not identical quality, but just known quality. So, sorry, Liz.
Great. Thank you, Brian. So we'll move on to Janice.
I'm Janice Cook. I'm an environmental scientist in the planning section at the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. First of all, and I don't have any slides, I will touch on all of the questions, though. So first of all, I want to assure you that the review is useful. I think it's particularly important that it touched on the breadth of topics that are important for research design. You talked about management questions and science needs, particular contaminants and multiple stressors, data management, coordination, and also then adaptation and going back and changing our designs when we have new needs and results. I'll be speaking both in terms of the document from the Water Board's perspective and the Delta Regional Monitoring Program. The document is being considered and will be helpful to both of those entities. For the water boards, I'm discussing this with my section chief. She's here today in the audience, Meredith Howard, and our AEO, Adam Lapitz. As the water boards, we agree with the concerns in the needs identified in the document. We really appreciate the recommendations, and I would say the Central Valley Water Board staff, we're now ready to work with my colleagues here and the Delta Science Program and other entities to take those next steps to better our water quality monitoring. In terms of improvement, there are some recent activities that would fall under implementation recommendations that I wanted to bring up, about 5 of those. One of the recommendations under the coordination piece was to further develop numeric models. And I know you'll be digging into this as part of the modeling, in the Integrated Modeling Steering Committee, but I'm involved, and others here, Regional SAN, Delta Science Program, state water contractors, have put money into developing a biogeochemical model. It's progressing. San Francisco Estuary Institute has a modeling team that's doing the model development, but they've also got connections with USGS and DWR to use the hydrodynamic pieces that are already developed. It's very exciting. I'm not a modeler, but I'm glad to be a part of it. But one of the things about that is we don't have guaranteed funding after 2021, and it's a long-term effort. Next, the review talks about our inadequate attention right now to contaminants of emergent concern. we completely agree. I did want to mention that the Delta Regional Monitoring Program has set aside, they allocated and have spent funds. They did a small monitoring design, have put money into a quality assurance plan for CEC monitoring, and they also just expanded that monitoring design and put it in for a Prop 1 proposal in the fall submission. So not enough funds right now to do much on that topic, but they're looking for more. Next on, I did want to mention on the pesticides in particular, the Central Valley Water Board's pyrethroids implementation plan it was approved by our board in 2017. We recognize we have toxicity due to pyrethroids in the Delta, and there's now an implementation plan in place to begin addressing that. So, on the topic of nutrients, the Delta Nutrient Research Plan, that's also now in place. My board adopted that in August of 2018. It does lay out a framework for more holistic study of nutrients and nutrient effects in the Delta, looking at impacts on harmful algae and aquatic macrophytes. Right now, it's largely a list of research gaps and information needs, so we've got a long way to go there. But the recommendations and the statements in here from the panel that you attended were very much taken into heart in developing that document. And as Brian mentioned, one of the pieces that the Delta Regional Monitoring Program, but also working collaboratively with the Bay Nutrient Management Strategy and DWR and USGS, is we are undertaking an effort, phase 2 now, of a chlorophyll sensor intercalibration study that has really brought together some of the technical people from these different agencies. Another piece I want to mention is harmful algae. The review appropriately recommends that we need to do a better job of monitoring for both human and ecosystem health. We're not. Right now, there is no consistent or comprehensive monitoring for harmful algae or toxins in the Delta. That's a definite gap. There's been a fair amount of data collected since 1999 when DWR began tracking harmful algae, but we've had the problem of there's small studies that don't continue, discrete funding, it might have been directed action or a grant. Those data aren't consistently available on a real-time basis. You have to wait till the grant's produced. Following along that line, though, I'm part of a research team that's been able to get some Prop 1 funding. We asked for some more. We're going for our third proposal under, I think we're going to submit to a NOAA program, but it's not a sustained funding program. So there are some implementation activities that are definitely taking the recommendations into account, but we have lots to do left. Which brings me to question number 4, on what specifically could we do with implementation. 3 points on that. One of the recommendations in the review is to better integrate water quality and water supply concerns and management questions. And yes, that would be very helpful. I'm sitting here with my colleagues from the state water contractors, do some work with DWR, but I think that's a place where we could use some facilitated help, and that may be a place where Delta Science Program could help provide some facilitated discussions and perhaps even develop a platform for bringing those two pretty separated monitoring, design, and research question groups more together. Help us identify our shared management questions. And particularly for the Delta RMP, we're always looking for more technical guidance. I do know that Reiner from Hünecke from the Delta Science Program was sitting on the Bay Nutrient Management Strategy. Well, maybe we could have a Delta Science Program representative more involved in sitting at the table with us at the steering committee of the Delta Regional Monitoring Program. A small ask right there. Lastly, I don't think it comes as any surprise when we talk about barriers, we need more funding. We need funding to continue sustained programs. Yes, there's research money available and some fabulous work being done, but when you have to, uncertain as to whether you're going to get it 2 years from now, it makes things more difficult. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Janice. So we'll now move on to Lisa Thompson.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Lisa Thompson. I'm the Chief Scientist at Regional SAN of the Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District. And I'm shorter than this microphone. So I'm really glad to get to be here today to talk to you on behalf of Regional SAN. I just want to mention first, I'm really sorry that our colleague from the US EPA was not able to make it, and I really hope that the US EPA's perspective will get to be brought into all of this somehow. I think it's really important that we get a wide group of, panel perspectives on water quality. So I'm going to start off by giving you some general thoughts on Regional SAN's point of view for the review, talk a little bit about how we envision using some of the recommendations, and then I want to talk a little bit about a couple of new initiatives that Janice touched on one, and I'm going to touch on that a little bit more, plus one other one. So in general, we think that the final review is going to be really helpful. It was well-rounded and thorough, and it did a really good job of identifying the many water quality issues in the Delta. We also really appreciate the process that you used in terms of having the interviews, in terms of being able to give feedback, and we read the final review as carefully as we read the draft, and it really looked like you'd taken into account a lot of people's perspectives, and I know that's hard. Getting reviews back is always hard, but it makes things better. So we really appreciate that. I also think it's going to be really helpful just to have all that information organized and synthesized in a way that all of us here kind of in the trenches aren't able to do. So that's really great. In terms of how we'll use the review, you kind of heard from us in terms of our comment letter, but we're really involved in the Delta Regional Monitoring Program with the nutrient subgroup and the pesticide subgroup, and now the new chemicals of emerging concern subgroup. It's going to come in really handy for all of those. Also for the Delta Nutrient Research Plan that Janice mentioned, and we're building on that with one of the initiatives that I'll talk to you about in a minute. Also, the IEP contaminants work group that started up again, and its subgroup on resilience regarding CECs. We have members who attend that. And then also we're represented on the San Francisco Bay Nutrient Management Strategy Steering Committee. So whatever we're thinking about in terms of improving water quality monitoring in the Delta, we can certainly bring those ideas with us when we go to the Bay as well. So talking about the initiatives, the new initiatives, Janice mentioned that the Delta RMP has this chemical of emerging concern monitoring program, the pilot program that's supposed to get started in 2019. We're already aware of that. I wanted to talk a little bit more about the Prop 1 proposal because I think it addresses a number of the recommendations that you had. It adds a sample station. I know it's only one, but it does expand the sampling, and it's down at Chips Island at the lower end of the Delta, so you can get maybe a little bit of a mass balance going on there. It includes monitoring for microplastics, in vitro bioassays, and non-targeted analyses, and the plan also includes looking at times for dry season monitoring as well as wet season monitoring. And that's all still getting developed, but it is, I think, going to be a better proposal if we get that Prop 1 funding. And it's going to help with increasing research on CECs, combining chemical analyses with the biological monitoring, which was one of the recommendations, expanding the monitoring in general, linking the monitoring for regulatory compliance with monitoring for research, and then again, like I said, the dry and wet events. How am I doing for time? Perfect. Great. Hopefully that wasn't too fast. So what I want to talk to you about now then is the Sacramento River Nutrient Change Study. And this is a study that got developed last fall, and it's a collaboration of Regional SAN along with colleagues from the U.S. Geological Survey, Applied Marine Sciences, San Francisco Estuary Institute, San Francisco State University. And we've had input from the Delta Nutrient Research Plan and the Delta Regional Monitoring Program. And a lot of the ideas in there grew out of the Delta Nutrient Research Plan and is really responsive to that plan as well. And the idea is that, as a lot of people know, and it's been mentioned today, our treatment plant is going through a major upgrade. We call it the EcoWater project. And between now and 2021, we're going to be greatly decreasing the amount of ammonia that gets discharged to the river and also making a substantial decrease in the overall dissolved inorganic nitrogen that gets into the river. And so we really wanted to look at what was going to happen while that decrease was going on to see if we could see patterns, see whether or not phytoplankton were being affected in some way, and also to learn for the future. You know, people want to know, was this effective? Was it enough? And I think it's really important that we have some monitoring to find out more about that. You know, the EcoWater project is $1.7 billion. You'd really like to know if that's getting you where you want to go. So the idea with this project is that we're going to take advantage of the nutrient decreases that are already going to happen. The nice thing there is you're not having to go and convince a management agency to do something. We're already doing it. And we want to go to a part of the delta where we should be able to see whether or not this is having an effect. I guess I can advance these. There we go. Okay. So our study area is in the northeast delta. The pink lines there are showing you where we would do high-frequency boat transects, and then the green dots are showing you where we would have fixed sample stations. And they're a little bit hard to see, but there's 3 yellow dots in there, one up at the top near Freeport, one near that little red line, which is at Walnut Grove, and another one in the very bottom left corner in that triangle. Those are the USGS high-frequency monitoring stations. And I just wanted to mention, backing up what Brian said, we could not have designed this study without the USGS data from their high-frequency boat surveys and from those fixed stations. We wouldn't have understood where to go and do the study. And it's really interesting because based on some work Regional SAN and Applied Marine Sciences did in 2016, we think that there's pretty big light differences between the main stem Sacramento and what's happening in those side channels. So there's 3 lines you see coming down at the bottom, or Georgiana Slough, the North Fork McCullamy River, and the South Fork McCullamy River. And as you move to the east across those 3, you're getting to areas where the flow's a bit slower, it's a bit shallower, there's going to be more light. We think we may actually be able to see differences in what's happening with algal growth in those areas as the nutrient loading changes from the treatment plant. From work the USGS and others did back in 2013-14, you just don't see much difference in the Sacramento whether or not the plant is putting any nutrients into the river, and we think it's just too dark. So that's the study area. Just to show you what it looks like with the high-frequency mapping, the area in the triangle there is the same as the area in the big triangle here. I don't know why our GIS people picked a triangle for this to do the study area, but it's kind of interesting having a delta triangle. So it shows up there. So they've mapped ammonium, nitrate, turbidity, and chlorophyll. And so we can get this really high-resolution data over the course of a couple of days. All this data was collected. And if you look at the far right on that chlorophyll figure, you can see how it's really red in the furthest right of those 3 tributaries or 3 channels, and that's the North Fork McCullamy. So we think there's something going on there. It'd be really interesting to see if you can see any changes. The other thing that's neat is it's close enough to the treatment plant that the water hasn't been all mixed up by the tides. So we'll actually know that it's water from the treatment plant that's moving through that area. 1 more minute. Okay. So things we're going to look at: phytoplankton and zooplankton biomass and growth. We're also going to be including light, flow, and what am I forgetting here? Light, flow, turbidity, and then the transit time of the water, and then grazing. So we'll sample clams. We'll have zooplankton and clam grazing. And then one other thing here is that We've got a modeling component, so the San Francisco Area Estuary Institute has its biogeochemical model. This is data from their model run for 2011. The far left graph shows you what's happening with current nutrient loads. This is all dissolved in organic nitrogen. The middle graph is without the loads from the treatment plant, and the interesting thing in the far right is it shows you the difference, and that slighter, more green-yellow color inside the triangle is in that area we want to study, where according to the modeling it indicates you're going to get the most difference in that area. So if you want to go look for a difference, that's when you go, and we want to go in the middle of summer because it's the biggest chance of getting nasty algae blooms. We want to know what we're growing, whether it's good or bad. So we've got some funding from Regional SAN in kind, and we're approaching other folks to get money for 2019, and we'll be looking out for other opportunities like Prop 1 for 2020 and 2021. And I think that's all I'll say for now. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing information about the new initiatives. So now we'll move on to Linda Smith.
Okay. Can you hear me okay, this distance? Okay. So I'm Linda Smith, and I'm a Principal Resource Specialist with the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, and I work in our Sacramento office. We have a Bay Delta Initiatives team made up of scientists and engineers who focus on their work on Bay Delta issues solely. And my work at Metropolitan over the years has always focused on water quality issues one way or another. Most of the time I work at that science policy interface as opposed to really being in the trenches, working on studies. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here and provide perspectives on the Water Quality Review Report. So I think I'll just dive down into the questions then. I do agree with many of the recommendations in the report, and so I think I'll comment on some of those as I address the other questions. So the question about how we would envision using the report, I thought that was an interesting question. I think there's a couple of things. At a fundamental level, I think it helps inform our science priorities. So the Metropolitan Water District, we are a state water project contractor. As part of that, we're also a member of the State Water Contractors Organization. And the State Water Contractors is a nonprofit organization that's been around for quite some time. All of its members are contractors to the State Water Project. And one of the things that the State Water Contractors is doing is they have pretty much inherited the science program that was with a different organization that is being discontinued, the state and federal contractors water agencies, or SWFCA, that you are probably familiar with. So when that science program was discontinued, much of those science efforts were moved into the state water contractors, and where we're very committed to continuing with that collaborative science. So as part of that, we look for opportunities to collaborate with others on science activities. And so reports like this water quality review can inform those kinds of activities, definitely. And the state water contractors is going through some discussions now now that science program is new to them or new for them, and thinking about what their science priorities are going to be. So this report helps to provide input to that discussion. Another way it helps, and this has sort of been mentioned by a couple of the other panelists, we have staff that are involved in a number of the IEP project work teams, and those work teams are, I'm sure Stephanie will talk about them more, but they're a really important forum for collaboration between the agencies. You get researchers and state and federal agency folks working on particular topics. And one of my colleagues at Metropolitan, Sean Acuna, is very interested in contaminants and effects on aquatic organisms. And so he's with the contaminant work team that recently has sort of restarted its meetings and discussions. Sean is very involved there with discussions about how to go about developing a water quality resiliency strategy. So that's another place where I think the review is, helping to support discussions. On the question of, are there new initiatives, all of the things that have come up since the report, all of the things that Brian and Janice and Lisa mentioned are all really important initiatives. And so definitely a way to capture all of those into this discussion, I think, is very important. One thing I did notice in reading through the report again as a final report, and I know, like Brian mentioned, there's no way to perfectly do this. I mean, this water quality topic in the Delta is very convoluted and has so many parts to it. But the discussion, especially of the pesticides issue, I think there's a lot more going on, especially at the regional board with the various programs they have, their TMDL programs, their irrigated lands programs, and various things that maybe aren't captured in the report, but could certainly be addressed with further discussion. And so then I would just lastly address how to move forward with some of the recommendations. So I think the first thing that comes to mind, I mean, obviously many of these things are going to take more money, but I think with some of the recommendations, such as continuing model development and getting at the having additional research that looks at the role of contaminants or nutrients in the Delta ecosystem. We have the forums to do these things, and it's a matter of, I think, more in the near term, those kinds of discussions can be supported, and possibly, smaller amounts of money might be made available to make some progress on those recommendations. The recommendations that are going to take more significant resources, such as data management and things like that, unfortunately, those might need some time to develop and to bring agencies along and to find the resources to do. And then the last thing I wanted to comment on has to do with the barriers. This is, I think, a very interesting question. I think you must have found, as you were working on this review, that the water quality programs for the Delta are housed in all of these different state and federal agencies that are independent, that have their own mandates, that have their own funding sources and budget streams, and have very little opportunity to work together. And that just makes it really difficult to try to tackle some of these more integrated water quality problems. When Jessica Law was here earlier, she mentioned DPIIC, and that was something that occurred to me the other day, is maybe with moving forward with this report and trying to get some buy-in from the agencies that are important, working with DPIIC, and I think they have a sub-team, a state agency working team of some sort, state and federal agency working team, possibly working with them to take some of these recommendations and see if you can't, turn them into a couple of action plans. Anyway, that might be a possible way to go. I know the funding issue is always going to be very challenging. All of the stakeholders involved, especially all of the regulated community, they are all supporting water quality monitoring in the Delta one way or another, through their direct compliance monitoring. For the state water contractors, all of our compliance monitoring is carried forward by DWR, and then, they just bill us for it. So I think when looking for money to do new initiatives, it will be important to try to look, are there areas where we can be efficient and possibly make some revisions so that we're not just talking about adding on another program and another program, but rather, well, can we integrate and tweak some programs to bring them up to be addressing the water quality needs that we have now? My agency is very interested in that same concept when it comes to the fish surveys. We have numerous fish surveys in the system, and taking a look at that issue there as well. So I think that wraps up the main comments I wanted to give on the report. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll move on to Stephanie Fong.
So first off, I wanted to thank you all for pulling this together and inviting me to be on this panel, because it really gives me an opportunity to talk about something that I've always worked on and care very much about. And so a lot of the recommendations I'd like to thank you for, because I agree also that I like this setup of finding and a recommendation to follow up on things. And it's definitely mentioning a lot of the things that I've sort of been cheerleading along the way for a number of years. So thank you for that, definitely. When I look at the recommendations, I had sort of this automatic sort of grouping of some of them where I thought recommendation number 1 and 3 were immediately that, well, of course, we've been saying this for a long time, water quality isn't just DO, pH, temp, and EC. It's contaminants and other aspects that should all be part of water quality, because that's also part of fish habitat, too. These things all combine together. And that once you start thinking about things that way, then it also brings us to your recommendations, numbers 4 and 5. And I think those are really great ways of taking that next step. And when I read this about recommendation number 5, connecting nutrients to the food web, it just makes me think about the work that SWFCA did with the CASH Collaborative, and Brian was a part of that too, where there were a number of folks that got together and they had independent projects all meant to address a question, food web effects, that happened in a geographical area, right? And how we could bring information from water quality to phytoplankton to zooplankton to fish prey to fish themselves. How could we make connections across all those types of disciplines? And it's been started, and these folks all pulled together their independent reports on these 5 studies that were funded back in 2015. But there's no follow-up source for that just yet, and so maybe that one in particular is very ripe to go, that you can pick up from some of the work that was already started with that CASH Collaborative. I think about things like 6, the Delta RMP, and 8, the increasing spatial temporal variability coverage, and even 9, the Water Quality Monitoring Council. All of those, like Linda was saying, and Janice, these are all things that are very resource limited right now. And so how we move beyond that is something that I think we've all been struggling with, because we're all struggling with the current funding, let alone how we're going to add more to that. I just wanted to kind of go over some of the initiatives that IEP has been working on since you all started the review, and I provided Edmund with a little handout so you guys can look at some things after the workshop. But I wanted to call your attention to things like the new status and trends report that we've been putting out. We put out our first one, and it was just for the fall, and what we're hoping to do is just provide a very quick, simple look at the long-term data set. This is just meant to get people to start seeing the data quickly, rather than waiting for a long, very concise thought process that goes into the newsletter. I wanted to also let you know that we've gotten 2 of our long-term data sets into the Environmental Data Initiatives portal. And so this is something that we've been feeling is our way forward. We want to make sure that all of our long-term data sets are easily accessible, and we were talking about that this morning, where they're discoverable, right? We want this to be the standard for our IEP data. We've developed a synthesis guidance framework recently to talk about how different types of synthesis that IEP work on gets done, how the different topics would be prioritized and who gets involved with them and things like that. And it's just meant to be a guidance document. We're not using that to be a small p policy for anyone else to follow, but by all means, if anyone wants to pick that up and move forward with it, they're very welcome to. And then, like others have already mentioned as well, we do have the contaminants work team that has been picked up from after a little hiatus there by Krista Hoffman. Sorry, she's been married for a long time. I just can never get it in my brain. But as everyone else was saying, she and Sean have been working on this resiliency strategy, and we were joking about the fact that it's sort of like sexual harassment training. The resiliency strategy sounds like we're teaching people how to be resilient, or for the contaminants to be resilient, but I think they've solved that problem. It's prevention training. Let's see. Oh, and the newest project work team that we have is the Water Quality Nutrients project work team headed by Sarah Lesmeister and Janice, where they're starting to look at the gaps and overlaps in the various water quality and nutrient monitoring that we have in the system already. We also had a genetics project work team that originally started out as a salmon genetics project work team, but because a lot of the issues that they were working through really cover a number of other types of species and other questions you could be answering with a lot of genetic material, sort of consolidated into just the genetics PWT. And that one is actually being headed by Melinda Bearwald and a few other folks. And then a couple of things that I wanted to mention that I wasn't sure that you all knew about, but they were in existence at the time, was the data utilization work group. And that's actually a technical team of IEP. It's not the same as a PWT. The technical teams are made up specifically of agency folks, not totally open to the public. Sometimes they invite experts to discuss certain things with them, but they've really been the ones that have been focused on data stewardship for us. And they've been really trying to increase that comparability and set forth guidelines and standardizations and things like that that will help all of our data sharing across our various agencies. And really try to make that data more accessible to everyone. We want it to be very clear that this is meant to be transparent and easily accessible. And then the aquatic vegetation, PWT, Louise Conrad has been heading that up most recently, and they're addressing things not just in the from the perspective of nutrient effects on aquatic vegetation, but also control efforts. So we have boating and waterways that has to try and control for all the aquatic vegetation that's blocking the waterways, and how effective is this? And I'm not going to give away any of their early findings, but it's going to be something for us to really step through together, and we're going to have to be very careful about how we do it. So lastly, we have the tidal wetland project work team, and they also had a contaminants conceptual model that was pulled together previously, and I got the link to that on the little handout there, but that also included a contaminants conceptual model in the context of tidal wetland restoration. So those are all sort of the IEP connections that I think folks may not have heard about before. And I just wanted to make a little side statement about the connection between IEP and water quality. And there has been that connection for quite some time, especially through the contaminant work team, but it's not in any of our mandated monitoring. And so that's a lot of why we have not included contaminants specifically in the IEP monitoring. So that's more of the resource discussion that we would have to have. I I think that's it. And are we going to get a chance to address each other's comments? Okay.
Yeah. So first of all, I'd like to thank all of you for all of the guidance and feedback you've provided throughout the process and for your comments today. It's, I think it's very helpful to us to see what we did well, maybe some things that we missed or could have taken on. And it's also helpful to hear about some of the new initiatives and potentially ways that the review could be beneficial to agencies. So yes, so now what we're going to do is turn over into a discussion phase. And I think, John, are you going to moderate that or? Okay. So, and I'm not quite sure how to begin it, but maybe we'll open, well, how about if we allow a little bit of time for you to first comment on one another's presentations, and then we'll move to the board questions and then to public questions. So I'm going to say maybe we'll allow about 15-ish minutes for comment across your perspectives. So, I don't know, Stephanie.
Whoever gets your name tag up first.
Yeah, well, Stephanie indicated that she maybe had some comments, so maybe that's a good place to start.
Yeah, and I don't want this to be interpreted the way that sort of the throwing over the bow stuff was all going this morning, because I don't want this to sound as though any of this is an attack on any of my colleagues up here for any reason, because I've always enjoyed working with these people. So that said, I just wanted to point out that the resiliency strategy for the contaminants effort is one of those steps looking forward. So we were talking this morning about how a lot of things maybe, like Brian was saying, looking in the rearview mirror and things like that. They're trying to think of the next things that we can do, actions that can be taken, including studies in the next 10 years. And so I think they're in that process. They're starting that already. And so I also think that a lot of these assignments that are in the recommendations could be things that we could hand to them and have them work through. Years ago, we did the same sort of thing in the contaminants work team, where we helped to devise a study plan and then walked through a number of studies that the Water Board funded, but it is a process that could go through. And then this playground that Brian was talking about, somewhere we can put our data, I absolutely support that completely. I know we tried to do some of that with the Water Quality Monitoring Council's estuaries portal, where we tried to put different layers of zooplankton, phytoplankton, fish abundance data together, just so you can start looking at maybe some seasonalities or things like that that you could piece and put together. And I know that some of that work was also further added upon on Bay Delta Live, but where can we all have access to something, play with it, and understand how we each manipulated, I don't really want to use that word, but can't think of another one right now, but play with the data and have everyone understand what we did, have a little discussion about it, was this the best way to do things or not, and then continue to move forward, because it always seems to be that when we come down to the science of things that we don't have as much argument, and playing in that same sandbox is a good way to get people together to start doing that more. And I have one other thing. When it comes to things like data comparability and things like that, it makes me think of the Water Board's swamp program. They've started a lot of that work already. There was a ton of work that OEMA has done in putting together what types of things you need to do, what you record, the metadata that goes along with things. And then also I keep hearing about inventories of the monitoring, and I just am not sure that people knew about the Central Valley Monitoring Directory that SFEI put together for the water boards years ago. And it was just that, where you can go on a map and select a program or multiple programs and see what constituents they're monitoring for. So I think that would be a great place for ESSA to start off, so that they don't have to reinvent a lot of that. That was it.
Other comments? Janice, did you want to say?
One of the things I was going to say at the funding at the end, and I didn't know if, I thought Brian was going to bring it up, is that we do rely on, we talk a lot about nets and grab sample monitoring, but behind that is we rely on the fixed stations, and if funding is uncertain for those, which I understand that it is in 2019, that puts interpretation of the water quality data, it makes it much more difficult.
It's harder than that seems. Well, thank you, Janice, for saying that. I will point out that John Bureau's flow stations and our monitoring stations, none of them have long-term committed support. And that if we need that information into the future, it would be wise to think about how to get them long-term support, in my estimation. But I'm going to just say something happy here, that I think it's a great time, a particularly great time, to engage in this discussion about how to improve water quality and water quality data collection and water quality studies in the Delta, because since I bought my first research boat in '97, that this is as great and collegial a water quality measurement and monitoring community that I've ever worked with, and it's a particularly great time to have this discussion and to look over the hill into the future and try to make things better. So I think you'll find a pretty cooperative audience for having this discussion and continuing this discussion.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo something Brian had touched on earlier about the high-frequency data, the stations and the boat monitoring. You get into this big data situation, and I think if there isn't already a strong piece in the report about handling the volumes of data and interpreting them, and we've had some stuff about where you can archive your data, but if there's a way to put some money into the visualization side of it so that people can really get a handle on what you can learn from the big data. I've been involved in some work groups with the wastewater treatment industry where they're looking at putting sensors out all through the sewer system because it's like a big watershed, or in your treatment plant. And what they're saying to people is, you guys have no idea what data you could get out there. And I'm like, don't they already have triggers and thresholds when things aren't working? They said, yeah, but they could probably figure out a week earlier their pump is going to fail. If they could look in the data and sift through this mound of data that they could be collecting with a high-frequency sensor. But you have to get the data and then learn how to interpret it. And I think we're kind of at a stage like that with the high-frequency data in the Delta. I look at the Freeport and Walnut Grove stations all the time. Just doing a shout-out, Regional Sand funds the Freeport station. But that's one of many. And I like looking at Walnut Grove and some of the other ones further downstream, too. And you start to see the patterns. But I can't begin to put together everything that's happening in those data sets by looking at a one-week string of the data with the tides. There's ways that we could pull so much more out of that. And I just worry that we may kind of go, well, we can just go do grab samples and never get to the point of interpreting the data and really seeing how much value there is in terms of how we understand the ecosystem.
So just a comment on data visualization and the difference between visualization and a playground. And visualization, to me, and in discussions we're having within the survey with these same sorts of issues, imagines that we know what we want to see. And the problem with that concept is if we weld ourselves into visualizations, it determines our understanding to some degree. So what we want it to have is a more dynamic playground where people can explore visualizations themselves. And as I said, this is something that every big data organization out there is dealing with, and they're learning that if you put the power of data analysis and analytics and visualization into the end user's hands, you get great things as a result. And that example of putting out sensors in our sewers, we could do low-cost sensors across the Delta in a way that will improve our monitoring. We just have to figure out what we want.
All right. Any more feedback from the panel Okay. Thanks again. So now I'll open up the opportunity for questions by members of the Delta ISB. And we'll start with Tracy.
That's how you do it, right? Don't follow Vince's example. He always knocks his over and wakes us all up, so. One of our general findings, and we didn't have recommendations for those, we probably should have. One of our general findings was to the effect that water quality too often is regarded as a separate issue, and we really need to tie it into water supply and water reliability. And yesterday we had a workshop all day on water supply reliability. And it struck me there, and we asked a couple questions that I don't articulate. You would think after 35 years of working on water quality issues, I could articulate these things at the drop of a hat, but I can't still. But what I was trying to ask, and I'm curious about your thoughts on this. So the Nature Conservancy was here, and they were talking about the importance of water supply reliability for ecological purposes. They were saying you can't just look at a packet of water and put it into a stream and say that's going to enhance ecological function. And they're talking about the need to look at the complexity of water as it flows through a system and how that supports ecosystem function. But I didn't hear, and I asked, I didn't hear anything about the quality of the water. When we talk about water supply reliability for ag, we have certain water quality parameters that we monitor very closely to make sure it's appropriate for ag uses. Same for drinking water. But we still don't connect water quality from the standpoint of how it supports ecosystem function very much. And I'm just wondering if you have thoughts. I'm sure many of us have thought about this. Is the rub to me seems to be that people say that's a really good point. We really need more information about how many pyrethroids are too much for ecosystem function, how many nutrients are not, of what form are not right for supporting the food web. We point to some of these specific things here, but is there a way to get that water quality aspect into ecosystem water supply reliability? That's something that if we could crack that nut, if we could get people to understand that and take that as part of their measurements or their consideration of water supply reliability, as we do for ag and for human drinking water, this question of sustained effort and sustained funding wouldn't vanish, but it would be much more tractable because we wouldn't be saying water quality for ecosystem function is a separate thing that we are just studying on its own. And again, I always try to articulate this. It was like, who said it yesterday? I hope what's in my brain comes out of my mouth, but it often doesn't. So anyway, with that preamble, I'm curious about what your thoughts on that might be.
I guess one thought I have on that question is that, how the water is managed in the Delta is driven by a whole bunch of different regulatory programs to protect different aspects of the ecosystem. And in those programs, there is a lot of focus on salinity, and in particular where, X2 is, and things like that. And then, of course, the Water Quality Control Plan for the Delta has salinity objectives. So though that and salinity, because it's a conservative constituent, it is able to be modeled along with the hydrology, which goes into the whole water supply reliability discussion, I guess. So I guess that's the main comment I have, is that it's being driven by what the regulatory mandates to protect the ecosystem and the particular listed aquatic species.
So I wanted to just make a comment about how a lot of the policy is built for water quality, and it's load-driven. We talk about a lot of things by loads, right? So develop total maximum daily loads and things like that. And until we get into more of an effects-based sort of a situation, we're not going to be able to directly make these ties to ecology as well as I think we would like to. And for those of you that have known me for a while, I'm going to get on my soapbox about toxicity testing again and recommend that we include that, because toxicity testing, you let the animals tell you what is bothering them. you've put them in there, and either they're okay or they're not. Well, it's not that cut and dry. There are a lot of sublethal effects and things like that that we are definitely working through, but you don't have to interpret what is bioavailable. They're telling you what is bioavailable. A lot of those sorts of things aren't built into our systems right now. And I think if we want to look at the ecology of things, we need to include the biology.
So, Liz?
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
And to some extent, we're doing a little bit of what you're talking about, I think, if you include turbidity as a water quality parameter, in that we are both monitoring and then the management is doing stuff after it looks at the turbidity landscape. And there's efforts to model their turbidity and the distribution of turbidity in real time across the delta. We can do that for many of these things which are affecting water quality. We can do contaminant tracking. We can recognize agricultural source waters, and we can discriminate among them. And we can do that. We haven't put all those bits and pieces together. The opportunities now in analyzing and capturing big data and putting out networks of low-cost sensors give us these new opportunities to conceive a world where we can be more reactive and more accurate in terms of when we're trying to figure out what the sources of problems are. So I think this is a good time to be asking that question.
Janice.
Oh, thank you. I don't have an answer for it. It's definitely an important question. When I think about it from a regulatory framework, we say we have a beneficial use to protect in terms of aquatic life, but our objectives to protect them are still either specific constituents or classes of constituents. We don't do the multiple stressors in terms of a regulatory framework right now, which this is where we're missing Deborah in this discussion. She would definitely have some things to add as to where and I think we need to be looking, as Stephanie said, in multiple places, not just chemical, we need to be looking at chemical concentrations, but we need to be looking smartly at different parts of the ecosystem, the food web, organism health, whatever it is, but it's going to be appropriate to what we think the most sensitive indicator is going to be. And I think I forgot to say that give on my list of recent activities, I did want to point it out because the Delta Regional Monitoring Program, you spent so much time giving them the review of their program. They have taken that to heart in their pesticides monitoring. We're now doing 5 species toxicity tests in a 4-year program. So it's a start. But again, that's just pesticides. That's not pesticides plus constituents of emerging concern. So we need to be looking to EPA and other entities who are helping us interpret the literature is to take that next step on what do we want the system to, what are our beneficial use protection thresholds? We don't have them.
Great. Thank you. Let's see. Vince, did you have a question?
Yeah. This is a point that was raised by Brian that I'd like to have all of you think about. You know, you've mentioned about all these new sensors that are being developed. I know when we've talked to people about the monitoring programs, they're so reluctant to try something new because they're worried about, they either don't want to spend the time or the money on calibration, or they're sure of their old systems. I mean, I guess one question is the rank and file learning about these approaches, and do you think they'll adopt them willingly, or the new technology will take quite a while to actually be adopted in terms of sensors?
Yes, no, and yes.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, so it's all over the map. I mean, there are some places that are too eager to develop, to adopt technologies that are not appropriate because vendors are selling sensors that aren't capable. And we've got that problem. And then in some respects, we need more effort to go into developing sensors. And we actively work with sensor manufacturers to develop new sensors and applications because we need them. We don't get anything out of it. It's very hard to get that kind of forward-looking stuff funded in the Delta system here because people believe that these sensors should spring out of nothing and become fully come in fully vetted and fully functional, and it's just not. It's not a reality. In the real terms, the water quality market is very small for these large organizations that now own all the water quality technology companies out there now, and I think we need to work hard to figure out how we're going to address that. There's lots of sensors out there. We need to figure out how to use them. I mean, things like temperature and conductivity the sensors are now incredibly inexpensive. Our abilities to get that information back to our central data hubs is now, it's now affordable. We can now do these things and we can gain a huge amount of information even for these seemingly banal water quality measurements.
Like mercury in tissues, the controversies over, you go to different labs and you get totally different readings, and several of the agencies were worried about that in terms of I mean, if you get away from temperature and conductivity, I mean, is that going to be an issue with some of these other more sophisticated sensors? Say if you got some for, emerging contaminants or something. I know they're maybe not there yet, but do you worry about that or?
Well, we worry and publish about that, yes. I mean, we work in the domain mostly of optical sensors, and so what we have gone to is characterizing what the sensor, characterizing the physical measurement that the sensor is making and publishing that information rather than the extracted response. So you're measuring the photons that are emanating from chlorophyll fluorescence based on an excitation of a certain type and a certain power. And you can report all those characteristics so somebody 20 years from now, when they're looking at that data, can better understand what it is, the value of that measurement that we've provided and whether it is useful to them or not. So we think that there's opportunities to better characterize these sensors, and we've beat up on the vendors that we've worked with about being more disclosive of how their sensors work so we can record that information more appropriately. So, it's work. I mean, but it's, but that's what we're paid to do. I mean, we were paid to make those measurements. These biological sensors are pretty tough. I mean, some of some of them are pretty challenging to figure out how you do the same sort of thing, but I don't work with those so much.
All right. Let's see, we have a question from Joe.
Yeah. So since we are on the subject about the technology, as you said, Brian, it's just so many sensors now, very accurate ones, that basically give you some kind of premonitions about the system breakdowns and all these things. And one thing actually tool engineers use now is the machine learning. So all this data coming in, there are networks which will detect whatever you want to, whatever thresholds you want to detect, and then make some prognostications about the system evolution. So maybe something, on a small scale basis, the machine learning can be used to get some environmental predictability using these networks.
Well, I completely agree that, and being able to put that out on the edge, and so that is embodied, that kind of machine learning algorithm is embodied in the sensors that we have in the field, allows us to minimize the amount of information that's that's telemetry back to the data center. So it's part of the technological solution that we can access now that we couldn't access 5 years ago or 10 years ago. So yeah, I think it's pretty cool. Besides, my kid needs a job. That's what he does.
Yeah, and just on that note, I was at the AGU meeting in December, and I was surprised by the number of talks that I saw about machine learning. So I think it's moving into, you know, a lot of different areas of earth and environmental science. Let's see, Lisa, did you have your name up?
Yeah, I've got a couple. One of them reaches back to an earlier question Tracy had, but I just wanted to say, you know, in terms of the adoption of new technologies, I think one thing that might make people hesitate is they're going to see it as money they need to put forward on top of what they're already doing. Because if somebody's got a really long-term data set of, you know, lab data, you know, from grab samples, they're not going to want to give that up unless they can cross-calibrate it with the new thing, and the new thing's not going to be reliable enough yet. So you're going to be carrying both kinds of monitoring for a while if you ever give up the old one. So just something to think, it's just a whine about funding again, but I think it's real. To go back to Tracy's question about whether or not people are looking at quality and quantity at the same time, and then Linda mentioned salinity, it got me thinking about work with flow and temperature, which I did a lot of when I worked in rangeland streams. And of course, it's a big factor in the Lower American River where they're monitoring, you know, they're having to manage the flow coming out of Folsom Reservoir in order to maintain temperatures for Steelhead and Chinook further downstream. And one thing I really got schooled on working with the ranchers is don't mess with my flow. You know, please don't tell me there's such a big problem with temperature that I need to do something with my flow because it's just gone to me when I release it. And I was thinking yesterday during the workshop about flow reliability, and we had some questions about water rights. And Ben Bray at East Bay Mud was talking about how difficult it was for them, the amount of permitting they had to go through to be able to basically, if I understood it correctly, store some of their water in somebody else's reservoir for a while and then get it back. And I got thinking about, could we have something like a flow independent system operator like we do for electricity, where everybody could monitor and tag their water and know where they'd put it? Now, I know it all flows downhill, but you might be able to store water in one place and move it out of another. And I was thinking about it in relation to the study I was talking about earlier, where what if you discover over in that McCullum area that you're getting harmful algal blooms? You could crank your nutrients down to nothing, which would be really expensive to take, you know, you're talking billions of dollars. Or you could tweak the flow. What if you run a little more water through out of Pardee Reservoir or something, and you destabilize the water just enough that you stop that harmful algal bloom? But now East Bay Mud's lost a bunch of water. Well, what if they could release there, but then somehow deliver? And I'm looking at Jay here saying, is this even possible without a lot of expensive money pumping? But is there ways to move that water so that you're optimizing for what you're doing for the environment, but not hurting the deliveries? I don't know. That's not a question for me, but I just got thinking about it in terms of harmful algal blooms. Because I think it's a multi-factor thing you're going to want to manage. Right. I think it's going to be so expensive to manage it for nutrients alone, but you might be able to do it effectively if you manage 3 factors at once. You know, well, temperature's difficult. Well, you could shade, but temperature's hard unless we deal with climate change. But it's going to get hotter, so we're going to have way more propensity to get harmful algal blooms with the higher temperatures and more chance of stratification.
There will be some opportunities to do that, and certainly in the case you mentioned, East Bay Mud is plumbed pretty well so that conceivably you could do some trading and routing, but you'd also have to coordinate it with the operation of their water treatment plants that are tuned for different types of water, different source waters, and you'd have to figure out, oh, who's going to pay for that water? The people that benefit from not having a harmful algal bloom are probably not the same people as the people that would have to release more water. And so some kind of system has to be, you know, the problem is the sociology more than the physics.
It's the same with delta flows. You know, somebody basically said to people in the American river system, you have to release water for the delta. And if you can't do it, we're going to take it out of Shasta. And they're both federal, so they're going to make them play one off against the other.
Like Lisa, that discussion brought me back to something else when Linda was talking, but not the same thing. It made me remember that we want to talk about mixtures some more, and thinking about how a lot of people think about water rights and water supply, it's this, and then when they connect it to water quality, it's the old dilution is the solution to pollution. And we know that's not the case. And we have so much more complex stuff that we have to think about now too, where we have chemical constituents that as they break down become more potent than their parent compound. So we can't just use conservative estimates that we've used in the past. And then, we have things, because of these mixtures, we have situations where an OP can be, and this comes from NOAA's biological opinion, that OPs can be, acting as the acetylcholinesterase inhibitor, and then pyrethroids in that same sample come in and tell it to make more acetylcholine, and then neonicotinoids in that same sample could also be telling it to bring this all in. So we have 3 different kinds of chemicals that can be acting on the same small system within an organism to drive it crazy. And we are finding these mixtures of contaminants together pretty regularly. So how we contend with those sorts of complex mixtures is difficult. And then I'm going to, as Janice say, put on a little Deborah Denton hat and also my CDFW hat and say, we really do have to look at the co-occurrence of where, like, our threatened and endangered species are with where those potential hot spots and, hot occurrences are, because they're not just hot spots, but the hot events. Because we know about first flush. We've been doing that for a long time, where we have tons of stuff that can come down that's been sitting there building up over summer and fall and that sort of thing. But you guys posed this question in here about floods and tides, and I personally don't know any of that. We've always sort of focused on things like first flush, but not these other pieces.
Okay. Oh, Joe, did you have another question?
One more question, because we were, and also the discussion came up about the data quality and quality control, and having a centralized place to do the quality control. But one of the things is, as we discussed, that the sensors are so sophisticated now, one place doing quality control might not be the best solution. The best thing is that people who are running these sensors do the quality control and also provide both quality control data as well as raw data. So most of these big experiments, that's what they do now, because there's no one person can do all those things, or a few people. So they get the data, both raw data and the quality control data, so that in case somebody want to check, you have the raw data system. So currently, most of these big experiments, that's the system they adopt. So maybe you might want to make a comment.
My comment was very much directed at the other end of the spectrum, in the kind of the simple measurements like chlorophyll, and with assurance that we're making these fundamental basic measurements in comparable fashion. I started in oceanography, being as a grad student leading a global comparison of all 400 major labs that measure dissolved organic carbon, a very simple to measure not parameter, and we had an incredible range across the of the response from standard materials we sent to these 400 labs. More than a factor of 10 range. And, you just can't conduct science or interpret data that you can't constrain. And so we should do that for, the basic fundamental things. We should, we compare our ability in the survey. You validate that you can measure conductivity every year if you do it in the field. That's what we do. We have an office that's devoted to that. We should do that for nutrients, chlorophyll, turbidity, all the basic fundamental measurements in there. So it's this at the other end, the other exotic stuff, we have to trust the researchers. But where it's possible to do comparison measurements. Mercury is really hard to measure. You know, back when we were doing a lot of mercury studies here in the Delta, was it Swamp that required us to submit the data to an external QA specialist to see if it could be used. And, you know, maybe we don't need to go to that degree, but we should know that if our mercury data is good or not, if we're going to compare it. I mean, I think that really helped the mercury results that came out there those period of years.
Yeah. Oh, actually, so I'll give John an opportunity.
So you guys, you've made lots of different recommendations. Thank you. You guys have made many, many valuable recommendations. Are there any priorities, any immediate things that you could identify? Especially one thing, one of the motivations for this was what the Stewardship Council and the Science Program can do to move forward some of these recommendations. So any thoughts on high priority actions or high priority efforts that could help achieve some of these recommendations?
I'm going to give you a low priority one. I actually think that the collaboration among agencies one is a lower priority. And I'm speaking from my perspective because I feel like we're at a place, and kind of what Brian was saying earlier too, is that we're in a good time for this discussion to happen. We are all folks that have worked together for lots and lots of years, and I think we're wanting to have these discussions together. So I would put your focus on other things, and we will all come to the table.
We have it on tape. Yeah. Linda, did you want to add to that? Actually, maybe everybody wants to.
There we go. So in terms of priorities, I definitely for my agency and for the state water contractors, you know, we're very interested in the operation baseline studies, and you know, through SWFCA and now moved over to the state water contractors, we've funded some of the add-on work for Wim Kimmer and Alex Parker on that. And there are some, you know, like the study that, the proposed study that Lisa discussed today, you know, I think it's a very important topic, and we're very interested in it. And so, and since the Delta Science Program has already been involved, I think that is definitely a priority area. Then the other thought I had is, on a completely different thing is, since the Delta Science Program has your integrated modeling group that's meeting now, and you have a consultant on board to work with them, you know, I have confidence that they're going to address the classic modeling things, the hydrodynamics and the salinity and things like that. But it would be nice to challenge that group to consider how we can do a better job of modeling contaminants. I mean, we've heard about efforts to move forward with model development for nutrients, and so that's underway, and it'll need more resources. But for contaminants like some of the more important pesticides, it's tough to do, but to get people thinking about that, I think is important.
Let's see, I see Brian has his name up, but Linda, Lisa, or Janice, did you want to add?
Yes, we'll come to the table, but if you get an invitation for Delta Science Program to come to the Delta Regional Monitoring Program table, take up that invitation as well.
All right, so, oh, excellent, I'll give you plenty of time then. So just a recommendation, a specific recommendation that I didn't get to in my comments was in the nature of how to look over the hill and create a data playground. I think that the easiest, most straightforward, most accessible thing to do is come up with better, easier, faster, cheaper ways to look at our data and to examine our data. And that means we need, I think we need a temporary data warehouse where we put that data in accessible places, and I think we need to put a playground out there, at least a preliminary playground for people to use it. So the specific recommendation that I would like to see is that I've gone to some of these CABA organized seminar 1 or 2 day things over at UC Davis, where you got some people from programs from around the globe that worked. We got some people from the local community, and we had some workshop component where we talked about how to do it, both the IT structure of how you do it, but also the conceptual structure of how you do it, and try to bring something like that into a near-term reality. So that's the cost of a meeting. Now, having said that, I'm going to say something that's really kind of a problem for folks like me who work on specific researchers. We can't go to all these meetings. We can't. I get funded to do projects that are based on proposals, and this is not in any of my proposals. And going to that is not in any of my proposals. So I'm speaking for myself, but I know I'm speaking for a lot of the project-funded researchers around, where there's only a couple of us and we actually need to get our projects done. And if there's no funding associated with this stuff, it's hard. I don't know how to fix that, but if we don't show up to your meetings, I'm sorry. We try to do what we can.
That was actually perfect, Brian, because I wanted to address a couple of the general recommendations that you had. You had one where you were saying that it's not clear whether or not water quality data that's being collected is sufficient to address management. And then right after that, you were talking about adaptive management and saying that it's rarely built into water quality programs. And I remember when I looked at those, I thought, well, if you're just going out and collecting regular monitoring data, it's routine and you're not getting at the mechanisms in the system. And usually when you come to a management question, like you're going to upgrade your treatment plant, change your flows, or pick another thing you might manage, you probably aren't going to be able to pull everything you need to make your decision out of your regular monitoring data. You probably need to know more about the mechanisms. So you're going to have to design a study to do that. And I didn't get a chance to mention, but the study we're looking at, the Sacramento River Nutrient Change Study, there's a chance to do something that actually is adaptive in there. The stuff I mentioned to you earlier is really the routine monitoring of what happens with this upgrade to the treatment plant that's already planned. But as part of the upgrades, there are times when they have to turn the plant off for about 30 hours, 48 hours. It's similar to what was done with the Sacramento Lagrangian study in 2013-14 that the USGS was the lead on and IEP got started, where they were looking at what was happening in the main stem Sacramento with and without nutrients. And not much happened, we think, because the Sacramento was too dark and deep. But as I mentioned, going over to the northeastern delta where it's shallower, you may actually get to see responses. Well, if we can go out there and do that work when we're in a time when the treatment plant is in diversion and then not in diversion, we're going to be able to see a situation that's beyond what's currently regulated and mandated in our permit. That's adaptive because it's going to give us an idea in the future of whether it's worth doing more or whether you need to look at other variables or some combination thereof. And the way we got to that was talking to Brian because we were looking at Prop 1 proposals and how do we get this funded. And it took a while to get that together because Brian doesn't have time to come to the Delta Nutrient Research Plan meetings or come to our treatment plant. But when you get those folks in the room, and also, working with folks at SFEI because we were interested in their model, and this little trio here's been part of getting that model funded, it was like, oh, then we could see how this could fit together. And so I guess I would say with the adaptive stuff and with future proposals or monitoring, if there's ways to encourage the managers and the scientists to be in the same room, and I know the scientists don't have much time, but to build into proposals, into proposal solicitations, that you need to include real participation from both managers and scientists. Not a whole lot, but enough to show that what the scientists are testing is management relevant. Then I think you get more money. This is my fantasy, that if we start showing these things are relevant, then people will come and fund it. It's my Delta of dreams or something. But anyway, just a thought.
And then I'll let Stephanie and then Janice respond, and then I want to open up the sorry. And then I want to open the floor to questions from the public. So, Stephanie.
For my preferences, I'd love to see a pairing between your recommendations for number 4 and number 5. So getting these food web and aquatic weed broader questions addressed, and also looking at the interactions between all the other stressors and contaminants, because I really think, like Lisa was saying, that 4 is talking about getting at a lot of those mechanistic things that will help us understand what you have in 5. So I think that those kind of go hand in hand as well. They need to be done together. That's all. Simple.
And Janice.
And very quickly, Lisa mentioned bringing scientists and managers together to identify shared mechanism needs. I would go back to my recommendation, help us figure out what the, particularly on the water supply and the water quality side, for monitoring needs, because it's easy for me to say, oh, well, they need to be doing more HAB monitoring, and it's just adding on to the monitoring. So have a facilitation and a way to help us figure out what can we adaptively manage, what can we revise and be smarter about.
Okay, great. Thank you again. All right, so at this time, I'd like to open up the floor to questions from the public. And if you have a question, please step up to the podium. And I just want to also remind you to take the time to introduce yourself and your home institution or program that you work with. So any questions from the public? Or comments?
I actually had a question about, there's a delta methyl mercury TMDL, I believe, which I think you've set, but the implementation plan is kind of being studied. Yeah, that's a question to you. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, the Central Valley Water Board adopted the Delta methylmercury TMDL in 2010. It went into effect in 2011. We've had a study period, which was the first phase. So it's in an implementation phase, but the first phase was studying how can we better target management practices and achieve the allocations that and the reductions that we know were part of that TMDL. My colleagues at the Water Board are embarking this coming year, in 2019, to look at any revisions needed to that regulatory program. So we had a whole series of studies done by the POTWs, they were done by stormwater. We've had studies grant funded, but for non-point source issues. So we need to bring those together. Delta Science Program is involved in supporting a technical advisory committee for that review. And then you'll see the water boards come out with a proposal for the board to consider, do we need to revise that implementation plan?
Okay.
So it's a 2-year time frame now.
And
but I will say that some reductions, particularly from the POTWs and on total mercury, those have already happened, even though we were in this study phase.
Okay. I had looked at it partly because I was looking at sediment-bound contaminants, because we may be about to start the water fix, which shows a 10,000-acre construction project, which could mobilize a lot of soil, and there could be a significant increase in discharge of sediment into the delta, and potentially sediment-bound contaminants like methylmercury. There's a layer down slightly. It dates back to the gold rush. That's just an example. And I also noticed there's 303D listing for pesticides as well. I mean, what's the status of that?
Actually, I might, if I get, my TMDL colleague who works on the pesticides is here. The pyrethroids, we have that, the Central Valley Water Board adopted that control program at the TMDL in 2017.
Okay.
And there are implementation requirements that are it's being implemented through our irrigated lands regulatory program and through our NPDES permits.
And how can the monitoring program help and sort of interact constructively with the TMDL? Or inform, sort of what's needed?
Maybe we should continue conversation after the panel, because
I'll tell you that's just too big a question.
It could get long.
Yeah.
Well, the monitoring being, I mentioned that the Delta Regional Monitoring Program, that's what I'm easiest for me to speak about, they've restarted pesticide monitoring. That includes pyrethroids. There's monitoring done at representative sites that include the Delta. It's not very widespread across the Delta under our irrigated lands regulatory program, and those data go into a database to CEDN, and that's all looked at again when we do the integrated report cycle. So if there's more specific questions, I would go back to Liz. I mean, should we?
Yeah, we should probably move on.
Okay, but let's chat afterwards and bring Danny in if we need to.
All right, other questions from the public? Or discussion or reflections on the report? All right. Well, looks like everybody, oh, we have somebody. Good.
Hi. I'm Danny McClure. I work for the Central Valley Water Board, and I want to thank the Independent Science Board for taking a look at this, and I think we will be, as Janice said, taking a lot of things into account. And one effort that, one of the questions we asked was about efforts that have taken place, since the review took place. And so one I'd really like to bring to your attention that hopefully we can continue to hear support for is the bringing back the contaminants work team and the efforts on the somewhat awkwardly titled, as Stephanie mentioned, but the contaminants resilience strategy, because I think that effort really could help the people working on pollution control to prioritize, both in terms of monitoring and controls, what's most relevant to impacts on ecology or drinking water supply.
Thank you. All right. Well, I'm thinking that at this time I'll turn things over to John for some final comments.
Great. Thank you, Liz, and thank you very much to the panel and to our earlier speaker from DWR, and gave us lots to think about. I just wanted to try to summarize a few of the things that I heard that I think were important. So clearly, data issues, I think, are really critical. Providing access, creating this data playground that we've heard about, and improving data visualization. I think all of those things are something where there's an opportunity to improve our understanding through better data management. I heard consistently a need for sustained funding and for maintaining the monitoring stations and the existing programs that are already in place. I heard mixed things about coordination. I think clearly there's a need for coordination, and clearly there's a lot of improvement, and coordination does exist. I think thinking about coordination, there's really a lot of different types of coordination that was talked about. So one thing I think that was of interest that was brought up multiple times was the coordination of the water quality work to the water supply and water reliability work. So I think that's an area where there's definitely opportunities for improvement. Linking and improving coordination across managers and researchers so that we have really that we're sure that the work we're doing really addresses the management questions of need. And then coordination across the existing programs that are out there. I think there was one thing also is really building on the existing programs and the existing efforts that are already there. So there were a lot of good examples of the Cache Slough Collaborative, the Nutrient Research Plan, the contaminant resiliency strategy, that are all things that are already ongoing that show the kinds of coordinated and collaborative work that we could be doing. And so I think that's something that we could do to keep working towards better coordination in that sort of framework. And then lastly, I think in terms of bigger issues is taking advantage of the existing opportunities that are out there, whether it's the upgrade to the sewage treatment plant in general on a large scale, or the small scale things that you mentioned, Lisa, that are happening where there's an opportunity to, if we could get out there in the field and take advantage of a particular activity that's taking place. And I think that's another place where coordination is important, is being aware of those opportunities and taking advantage of them when they exist. And then definitely some more specific issues in terms of modeling contaminants. I think it is something that would, where there could be some opportunities. Participating in the RMP from the science program, I think that's something that I think we could easily address and take care of. So those were some of the take-homes that I heard, and I don't know if anyone else has any other things you'd want to add that thought were important.
As I understand it, the charge from the council was to you.
Yes.
As how you're going to do this. So
I have
we
my
made the
notes.
recommendation that you got to do it. So we're cool with this. We're fine. Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, on that note, I don't know if you want to close things up, Liz.
Yeah, well, I'll just say again, thank you to everyone who helped with this process, and it's nice to see that the report has been useful, and that also that there have been lots of new initiatives since we completed the report, or maybe as the report was getting finalized. So I look forward to seeing more of that work as we move forward. And we're in a great position. We can actually end early, which I think everybody likes on a Friday afternoon. So thank you, and have a nice weekend.
Thank you.